Right. I don't know who your private attorney is, but give him a call and tell him what happened today, okay?
I'm with you, Your Honor. Your Honor, someone in the chat is asking if they can see your.
Excuse me?
Someone in the chat is asking if they can see your nameplate on the Zoom.
Oh, yeah, that's, normally I think putting it there works, but it doesn't seem to work there, so I need to put it diagonal there. There you go.
Yes. Thank
There
you.
it is. All right. Next, Luisa Navarro, charged with battery.
She needs assistance of the Spanish interpreter, Judge.
Señora Navarro se le acusa de agresión física.
Okay, I find PC. And PTS eligible? No? Prior?
Hallo que sí existe motivo fundado, no es elegible para el programa PTS.
Okay. Standard bond,
Your Honor, the state would be asking for an elevated bond of $1,500 in this case.
$1,500?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, with a prior, I'm gonna do a set a bond of $1,500.
La fiscalía solicita una fianza elevada porque tiene antecedentes. El juez ha dicho que sí, fianza de $1,500.
And Ms. Navarro, there's a stay away order. You must stay away from JCS, 500 feet. No contact, no criminal activity, no illegal drugs, no weapons.
Señora Navarro, usted tiene una orden de alejamiento, tiene que mantenerse alejada de JCS, tiene que mantenerse a una distancia de al menos 500 pies, no puede involucrarse en ningún tipo de actividad delictiva, no puede usar drogas ilícitas, no puede tener o poseer ningún tipo de arma de fuego, ni ningún tipo de arma.
Do you understand?
¿Entiende eso, señora?
Couldn't hear you.
Sí.
Yes.
Bonice Saint-Ile.
Judge, we have Yalia Taylor.
Yalia Taylor, that's also who I had next on the list.
Okay. Oh, okay, all right, yeah. Yalia Taylor, sorry about that. Charged with battery, domestic violence.
Judge, we have a PC argument.
Okay, I'm looking at, hold on. Okay, what's your argument?
Judge, well, based off of the facts alleged, well, obviously this is an incident that the officers did not witness, but there are also witnesses there that stated that they saw both persons fighting in the car, but there was one witness that said specifically that it was the alleged victim that struck the defendant in this case, Ms. Taylor. Additionally, 1 second, Judge.
State, what's your argument? It says here that a witness stated that it was the victim who was hitting the defendant.
Your Honor, that witness number two, I'm assuming we're referring to witness number 2, who stated that she didn't see how the fight started. So based off of the statements from the victim and the investigation by the officer that the defendant was the primary aggressor, we believe that there is a valid argument that there is probable cause.
Yeah, I find PC, the person didn't see how it started. It could have been self-defense, so I find PC. PTS eligible,
She's home.
homeless?
She's homeless, but yeah.
Judge, we would be requesting ROR. She's currently in a domestic violence shelter.
I don't know, ROR, domestic violence is frowned upon, but if she's in a shelter,
For women of domestic violence, correct, Judge? Because of the alleged victim in this case.
My understanding with these shelters is it's usually geared more towards victims of domestic violence, not necessarily the aggressors. So
This has been a pattern ongoing with the alleged victim. That hence the reason she has been in this domestic violence shelter for some time.
when she got out, in this instance, she apparently got out and at least allegedly instigated a domestic violence incidents with
As the A form is written, Judge, that could look that way. However, unfortunately, that's not the case here. But she is currently in a domestic violence shelter. Upon speaking with her, it's clearly the situation is not as black and white as it seems, and we would be requesting ROR.
I understand.
And she's currently pregnant.
Your Honor, I have to go with what's in front of me. I understand there is, as always, there's a situation behind the scenes, but I have to go with what's in front of me. I would be objecting to ROR on a DV case. It's generally not what
Also, she has no priors, Judge.
I understand, which is why I would
Right.
standard bond. We can even go maybe a little less, but I procedurally, I have to object to ROR in this case, but I'll leave it to Your Honor's discretion.
You know, I'm gonna grant ROR in this case. I think there's some question here as to who's hitting who kind of situation here and who started it. So I'm gonna grant ROR in this case. Except obviously, there's still gonna be a stay away order. So if she violates that, she's gonna be in much more serious trouble. So I'll grant ROR in this situation. But Miss Taylor, you are not to engage in a criminal activity. That is to say, you are not to go try to instigate another incident with this person, JH. You're not to contact JH or be within 500 feet of JH. No illegal drugs, no possession of firearms. And obviously, there's no residence issue here, right? So you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Giving you a break here, so stay away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have Tony St. Pio. Good morning, Ms. St. Pio.
We have Miss Saint Hill, Judge.
Okay, what's your argument?
From the state or defense, Your Honor?
Did she say PC argument? I thought I heard her. No.
No, I just was advising that the defendant is present.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
just state that's for standard bond.
Standard bond, PTS? Previous?
Yeah, back in 2019.
Is it the same person, different person?
I don't know. Couldn't tell.
And her last conviction, Judge, was in 2012. Battery was no action.
Oh, was it the same person? Are we talking about a situation that's gonna be same situation? I'm gonna do standard bond.
And they're just not, it's not the same person as the felony.
Standard bond. Stay away order. Miss St. Teal, you gotta stay away from KE. I don't know if that was the person you had the same problems with before, but you have to stay away from this KE. It looks like you have a child with KE, so stay away. 500 feet, no criminal activity, no illegal drugs.
So Ben stay away from me. Now he keep coming back for more trouble. That's what happened. He went to jail for that, for domestic violence with me.
All right, well, do you need to go back to the home to pick up any
Yeah, but you also he keeps pushing that.
But that's your address or that's his address?
My
Judge, that is her address. She lives at that address. The alleged victim does not live at that address.
Oh, okay, all right, well, so if he's not there, then you obviously can stay there. All right, so that's NA,
And what's the bond amount, Judge?
1,000. Michael Aguilar. You need an interpreter, sir? Interpreter?
Yes, this is him, Judge.
All right. Mr. Aguilar, you're charged with a injunction violation, domestic violence.
Defense, does he need the interpreter or not?
No, Judge. I'm
Thank you.
sorry. Sorry, court reporter. Sorry, reporter. No, he does not need the interpreter.
Okay. Apparently, allegedly was in an area where there is a previous injunction preventing him from being there. So I find PC. State,
Your Honor, the state would ask for an elevated bond in this case. I think he has an additional open domestic violence injunction. He also had a domestic violence injunction that was no action, but it is recent in May 2025. It was actually just closed out like last week. So
okay, Mr. Aguilar, you don't seem to be able to stay out of trouble. And
That is my property. She moved out to her mom's house.
I'm telling you that I'm going to issue an elevated bond of $3,000.
Why? Oh, that's been dropped.
Judge, can we verify the injunction from
Yeah.
2025? Because then that would not be active if that's the case.
Correct.
So you need the actual injunction for it to be active.
That's issued in this case.
this case,
If the injunction not active, then you can't find really probable cause. I need to confirm that.
Well,
Judge, he
Court-
came in on an injunction on July 2nd.
8068 FC04 that was issued on April 16th of this year and served that same day. And the injunction states that not go within 500 feet of the victim's residence, and he was there.
I
But-
can't look up, the case is too new. I don't have the actual documentation. Officers have ability to access things on the scene that I can't now, but it is listed pretty clearly in the narrative of the affidavit.
Right, it's in the narrative by the officer who must have looked at it, I presume, and so
If
anyway.
there was no action or the case was dropped, would the injunction still be active?
Elevated bond, $3,000. We order again, Mr. Aguilar. You're to stay away from EA. You're no criminal activity, no illegal drugs, no purchase or possession of firearms.
Yeah.
Stay away
No.
500 feet.
Too
Wrong.
much. It's crazy.
You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
I already gave you the. Salim Marine. Marine. Salim Antonio Marine.
Judge, he has the immigration.
Judge, we need the assistance of the Spanish interpreter.
Okay. So you're charged with battery, domestic violence, and corrections. Did you say he has an immigration hold?
Yes, Judge.
Señora, usted se le acusa de agresión física, violencia doméstica y también tiene una detención de inmigración.
Hola, buenas.
So,
Yo soy la víctima.
I am the victim.
Sí, Abelardo Antonio Chagua Marín. ¿Aló?
Yes, hold on.
Un momento.
This is very complicated.
Esto está bastante complicado. Un momento.
State, what is your position on this case?
¿Cuál es la posición de la fiscalía con respecto a este caso?
Can I swear the victim in on Zoom? I can do that, right? The alleged victim, Mr. Abelardo, who's speaking here.
Señor Abelardo, active su micrófono para prestar juramento.
Raise, yeah.
Levante la mano derecha.
You're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
¿Jura que el testimonio que dará será la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad?
Sí,
Yes.
Why are you here, sir?
¿Por qué está aquí el día de hoy, señor?
porque vengo a quitar todos los cargos.
Because I'm here to remove all of the charges.
I understand his position. I'm not dismissing the case at first appearance. We can go, state would ask for, we can get a standard bond or a severely lowered bond, but I'm not dismissing the case at first appearance.
Okay, well,
La-
the thing, he's
La,
on,
fisca-
go ahead.
la fiscalía dice que en este momento no están en posición para desestimar los cargos. Se podría emitir una fianza estándar o una fianza menor.
Ok,
¿Ok?
Dismiss,
gracias.
at bond hearing, it's possible that the domestic violence, the judge in the domestic violence division might do so.
Bien, en esta audiencia, que es la audiencia de fianzas, no se va a desestimar el caso, pero es posible que el juez de la división, el juez que sea asignado para la división de violencia doméstica, pueda desestimar el caso.
I'm going to do a $100 bond in this case.
En este caso le voy a imponer fianza de $100.
But there is a immigration hold, so Mr. Shawar Marine is going to be staying in custody for the immigration.
Pero si hay una detención de inmigración, o sea que el señor Shawamarín se quedará en la cárcel hasta que se resuelva lo de inmigración.
Nevertheless, even though it's a small, a decreased bond, Mr. Shawar Marine, you have a stay away order. You must stay away from AC.
Sin embargo, señor Shawamarín, aunque es una fianza menor, una fianza de $100, usted igual tiene una orden de alejamiento y tiene que mantenerse alejado de la persona que tiene iniciales AC.
And you cannot engage criminal activity, use illegal drugs, possess a firearm.
Y usted no puede involucrarse en ningún tipo de actividad delictiva, no puede usar o poseer drogas ilícitas y no puede usar o poseer armas de fuego.
You understand that?
¿Entendió eso, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
Permiso, ¿puedo hablar?
Excuse me, may I speak?
No, we're done. Thank you, sir.
Ya terminamos. Gracias, señor.
Good. Yeah. All right. Next, we have Junior Bastien. Is that right? Bastien is charged with battery, domestic violence. I find probable cause. And what is the status? Prior.
No, he's a signal one.
Okay. So state,
Your Honor, the state would ask for an elevated bond.
do you have an amount in mind?
We can do 1,500 per.
How many charges are there?
I believe there's two, Your Honor.
Two? All right. Elevated bond of $1,500 per incident or per charge.
Has to be elevated.
Which case is that, Judge? He has two cases.
Okay, it's the second case.
Elevated means they add a additional amount.
Okay, $1,500 elevated bond in case number M25-14420. And I haven't read the other one to see if there's PC yet, but in any event, on that case, CP is the initials, right? Are the initials the CP on the stay away order? C
Should be.
For Junior Bastian, it should
See,
be.
there's, okay, SD, right? But this is somebody else.
No, Your Honor.
I don't have, here we go. I have one for Junior Bastien, just
Yes, Your Honor.
one stay away order.
We will make another. We were missing the A form for the other case, so let's just go with the 14220 case and we'll go from there.
Okay. I'm a little confused. You have a stay away order from somebody called BG. You understand? You're stay away from that person, 500 feet, not engage in any criminal activity, not use any legal drugs, not own or purchase a firearm. You understand that, sir?
From what person?
I'm just asking if you understand what a stay away order is. You just stay away from.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Yes or no?
Judge, he said yes.
I couldn't hear him because people were talking and I can't hear. Now, his second case is M25-14219. Also domestic violence. And I find PC on that too. And also an elevated bond of $1,500. Stay away order. Give me another stay away order.
We're gonna now.
Okay, we're gonna. What's the name of that victim? Hold on a second. The victim here is,
Name of the victim, actually next would also be VG.
VG. So there's going to be a stay order from VG also, Mr. Bastien. You understand that?
Sir.
Thank you. Sign that as soon as you give it to me. Next is Charles Powell.
Judge, he is in Ward D, so we can reset till tomorrow.
Reset. Date. So you can take that with it also, right? But Juan Dobbs. Juan Dobbs is charged with battery, and find PC.
Live in New York, no.
Live in New York?
Yeah.
Oh. So they were just down here on a cruise, huh? Okay, state.
We'd ask for an elevated bond, Your Honor. Just,
Judge,
Yes.
I know that there were requests on us after speaking with Mr. Dobbs. He does not have any other prior arrests. He is from New York, but he informed me that he doesn't have any prior arrests or convictions. So standard bond for this specific charge. The only two charges that I see here are recent charges.
Okay, here's my issue about this. I'll do a standard bond in this case. However, they were here, they were here on a cruise and they're from New York. Can we enforce a stay away order in New York? I mean,
we,
if he goes back to New York, he posts the bond, he goes back to New York. We can't enforce the order there.
probably not, Your Honor. I don't, probably not, Your Honor. I mean.
He indicated that he does not live with her.
Look at that. He does not live with her?
No.
No, he does not, Judge.
That was our last trip that we were gonna take together as a family and like, we're going to.
All right, I'll do the standard bond, $1,000, but I do have to tell you that there is a stay away order against MD, and you're not to engage criminal activity, illegal drugs, possess, purchase a firearm, and stay away from MD 500 feet. Do you understand that?
I do have a New York State firearm,
But you have to turn that in. I mean, that's what I'm saying. In Florida, you'd have to turn that in.
yeah.
He goes to New York, we're not enforcing. I mean, I don't. Okay.
I don't plan on going near her.
Florida, under the Florida order of pretrial release conditions, you are not to possess, purchase a firearm. So that's what I'm telling you. If you violate it, you're violating it. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Next, we have Gustavo Vasquez.
Mr. Vasquez has an immigration hold.
Okay, does he need an interpreter? Yes or no? I'm sorry.
He needs the assistance of the Spanish interpreter.
Okay, he's charged with domestic violence battery.
Señor Vázquez, a usted se le acusa de agresión física, violencia doméstica.
Okay, I find probable cause.
Hallo que sí existe motivo fundado.
Standard bond,
That's fine, Your Honor.
standard bond, but there's an immigration hold, so
Fianza estándar, pero tiene detención de inmigración.
What the bond was, 1,000?
Mr. Gustavo Vasquez, you are to stay away from JD. You understand that?
Judge A. AD, Judge.
JD.
Señor Gustavo Vázquez, usted tiene que mantenerse alejado de la persona que tiene iniciales AD.
And you're not to engage in criminal activity, possess, use, possess illegal drugs, possess or purchase a firearm, and you have to stay 500 feet away from JD. Do you understand that?
Y señor, usted tiene una orden de alejamiento, usted no puede acercarse a la persona que tiene iniciales AD, no puede involucrarse en ningún tipo de actividad delictiva, no puede usar o poseer drogas ilícitas, no puede usar o comprar armas de fuego y tiene que mantenerse a una distancia de al menos 500 pies. ¿Sí entiende eso?
Claro que sí.
Of course.
It's JD, JD. I said JD.
Oh, thank you, Judge. Es la persona que tiene iniciales JD.
The bond's 1,000, Judge?
1,000.
Fianza de $1,000.
Ya puedo salir.
Next is Zylan Gibson. Charged with battery. Okay. Okay, I find PC. My understanding is they're Mississippi residents. Are they both residents of Mississippi?
Yes, Judge. Judge, given the facts of the case, considering Mr. Gibson was the person that called, considering I'm not sure where exactly the battery occurred. It appears as though one person was an aggressor. In this case, I'll be requesting and given the fact that he's on vacation, he can't really afford that specific bond. He's alone here. I would request a lower bond than the standard bond.
Your Honor, the state would ask for an elevated bond. It was not the defendant, it was the victim that called the police, if I'm reading the narrative correctly, and the facts of this case.
Well, there were physical injuries that were observed by the officer, including a contusion in the forehead and cuts. So she's the one that got the damage here. So I'm gonna have an elevated bond in this case, $1,500. But again, I'll issue a stay away order from ZT, and you're not to engage in any criminal activity, use, possess illegal drugs, purchase or own a firearm, and stay 500 feet away from ZT. Do you understand that? You understand that, Mr. Gibson?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm putting NA on all this other stuff because, you know, how are we going to even?
Understood, Your Honor. It's just good to have it in place.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Gibson. Manuel Picon Alejandro. You need an interpreter, sir?
Espanol?
Sí.
Yes, Judge, he does need the assistance.
Interpreter present.
Okay, Mr. Picon Vergara, you are charged with battery domestic violence.
Señor Picón Vergara, a usted se le acusa de agresión física, violencia doméstica.
Oh. Fine, PC. It talks about a co-defendant. Is the co-defendant on today also, or?
I don't know, Your Honor, I haven't received the felony pack, or we're still going through the felony packets, but is that something that, Madam Clerk, is that something you're able to look up on CGIS by chance?
El juez ha preguntado que aquí, dice que aquí habla algo de un coacusado. Están averiguando si el coacusado estará en el siguiente calendario.
Okay. All right, I find PC in this case. In his case,
Hay que sí existe motivo fundado en el caso del señor,
but there seems to have been an allegation that the co-defendant tried to stab.
Yes, Your Honor, I
The
do
same
see
victim?
from the A form that the co-defendant was charged with felony. I don't have that case number. I think the facts of this case in general are very troubling. The narrative, it seems like the victim was on the ground and the defendant and the
Pummeled.
co-defendant
On
continued to strike him. The state would be asking for an elevated bond in this case.
su señoría, aparentemente sí está el coacusado. Alguien aparentemente intentó apuñalar a la víctima. El coacusado está en el calendario de delitos mayores, pero no tengo aquí el número de ese caso. La víctima estaba en el piso y hubo un intento de apuñalamiento. La fiscalía está solicitando una fianza elevada en este caso.
I agree that an elevated bond, in this case of $2,000.
Judge, he doesn't have any prior convictions or priors in general. We would be requesting PTS.
What was?
Estoy de acuerdo con que la fianza debe ser elevada. Sería una fianza de $2,000. La abogada de la defensa está diciendo, juez, el señor no tiene antecedentes de ningún tipo. Estamos solicitando el programa de servicios previo al juicio.
So elevated bond, $2,000.
Fianza elevada de $2,000.
You said 2,000, Judge?
2,000. And there's a stay away order.
I get it from two.
Please let him know there's a stay away order for DG.
Señor, tiene una orden de alejamiento. Tiene que mantenerse alejado de la persona que tiene iniciales DG.
And you're not to engage in criminal activity, possess illegal drugs, take illegal drugs, possess or purchase a firearm.
Y usted no puede involucrarse en ningún tipo de actividad delictiva, no puede usar o poseer drogas ilícitas y no puede comprar o tener ningún tipo de arma.
You understand that, sir?
¿Entendió eso, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, I couldn't find the co-defendant's information on CGIS, but was picked up at the same time.
Well, we'll find out here in
Absolutely.
a little bit. Okay, Carlos Martinez. Does he need an interpreter?
Yes, Judge.
You are charged with battery, sir.
Señora, usted se le acusa de agresión física.
Of recommendation in this case?
Elevated bond 1,500.
La fiscalía solicita fianza elevada de $1,500.
Again, Judge, he has no priors. The last prior that he does have was from 1997, and that ended in, I believe,
Does
a
qualify?
null pros.
Su señoría, él no tiene antecedentes. El último antecedente que tuvo fue del año 97 y esto resultó en un caso que no procedió la fiscalía con el caso.
Okay, I'm gonna do alternate standard bond of $1,000.
Voy a emitirle fianza alterna de $1,000.
But I'm gonna order PTS.
Ordeno el programa PTS.
And sir, you are, where's the stay away order here?
There should be one, Your Honor. If there's not, then I'll make one right now. But the
Let me see, I don't,
MO might be at the back. I think the order got a little switched up on my end.
yeah, here it is, okay. All right, so Mr. Martinez, there's a stay order for MO. You're to stay 500 feet and make no contact with MO. Do you understand that?
Señor Martínez, tiene una orden de alejamiento, tiene que mantenerse alejado de la persona que tiene iniciales M o tiene que mantenerse a una distancia de al menos 500 pies de esa persona y no puede tener ningún tipo de contacto con ellos.
I will allow you to go back with an officer to get personal effects that you may need.
Le voy a permitir regresar una vez junto con un policía para retirar artículos personales que usted pueda necesitar.
Ah, sí.
Not
Oh,
engage in
yes.
activity, illegal drugs, or possess a firearm.
Usted no puede involucrarse en ningún tipo de actividad delictiva, no puede usar o poseer drogas ilícitas y no puede usar, comprar o poseer armas de fuego, ningún tipo de arma.
No, no, claro que no.
No, no, of course not.
Thank
Le
you.
puedo dar, puedo darle-
Okay, I'll try this name here. Felipe Camargo Stenberg. Stenberg? Yes?
He does not need the services of the Spanish interpreter.
Okay, good. Yes?
So I've spoken with the state list on the phone prior to.
Well, wait a second, before you do it, raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? What is your name? Timothy Austinberg, all right? And what did you want to tell me, Mr. Austinberg?
Prior to this. I do not. That and that.
Wait,
I understand, and I understand the position that this gentleman is coming from. I can't dismiss it first appearance.
no, they won't dismiss it. But what I will do,
PTS, Judge.
I have to issue a stay away order. No, but I have to issue a stay away order. Excuse me?
Yes, no.
Well, that's true of a lot of people that are involved in a domestic violence situation. He'll have to find a place for a period of time, hopefully a short period of time, if what you're stating is correct, that the state would eventually dismiss this case, but I don't know that for sure sitting here today. So I have to issue a stay away order. But all right, listen. Okay. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a $1 bond in this case. And there are provisions in a stay away order. And I just want to make sure the state, number 6. Number 6 allows the defendant to have contact with the victim, but is prohibited from being physically threatening or violent towards any victim in any manner.
Right, Judge, yesterday, when we did bond hearing, the judge did a modified stay away order that allowed them to have contact, but it could not be violent and they could not be arrested for that similar charge. So that was done yesterday for DV bonds as well.
Gonna do the same thing. So it's a stay away order that allows under number 6 to have contact with the victim, but prohibited from being physically threatening or violent towards the victim in any manner whatsoever. Do you understand that, sir?
Yeah, I do.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ostenberg.
And sir, I would keep calling the state attorney's office, tell them you want to come in as soon as possible to sign the affidavit of prosecution, go through the motion, and they'll take care of you, okay? I would call them tomorrow when, office opens at 9, ask them when you can come in, kind of like get started on the procedure, and they'll work with you, okay?
As a matter of fact, I'm changing my mind on this, okay? I know it's unusual to do an ROR in a domestic violence situation, but in this case, I'm gonna give ROR so he can get out on his own recognizance. All right. That means he can get out on his own recognizance. He doesn't have to post the bond. Thank you.
I mean, Your Honor, Mr. Ostenberg is good to go, right? I mean,
All right, next we have Benjamin Rodriguez.
Madam Clerk,
Right here.
yes,
You good?
you're good to go.
He's here, Judge.
Yeah.
Go to the jail and they'll get you sorted out.
Okay. Okay, I find PC. These people, they live together, right? So they're married and live together. They,
We still ask for the,
yes, eligible? All right.
stay away order to be put in
All right,
place.
we'll do a stay away order, but it's alternate bond of $1,000 in PTS. That means you'll be able to get out today, Mr. Rodriguez, but I am doing a stay away order. And so you are not to be in contact with JD, not be with 500 feet of JD, not engage criminal activity, take illegal drugs, possess illegal drugs, carry or possess a firearm, purchase a firearm. You understand all of that, sir?
Yes, but he lives in my house.
Okay, well, I'm authorizing you under subsection 5 to return to the address with an officer so you can obtain your personal effects that you need for however long it is that you have to stay away. You understand that?
On my property, from my home, my apartment that I paid.
Yeah, that's the case often in a domestic violence situation. It's, you both are on the property, right? You both live on the property, correct?
No, I own the property. He just moved in now, 6 months ago.
Does he live on the property?
Yeah,
Okay, so that's what I'm doing. It's a stay away order. You have to stay away from the property. Now, it's possible that a domestic violence division judge may alter that, but today you cannot go back there except to obtain personal effects so that you can be somewhere else for a period of time, however long that is. Do you understand that, sir?
fine.
Okay, good. PTS. Oh. Mm-hmm. Are you here for,
Yes, sir.
you're here for the,
All day.
misdemeanor all day? Okay, all right, okay.
Judge, I wasn't expecting to see you today. I was sort of.
You're gonna see Judge Jean, right?
That's what I was told, yeah.
Yeah. Well, she was gonna cover for me, but I didn't need coverage at the end of the day, so she's got so much on her plate right now, as you might imagine, just becoming chief or
Oh, yeah.
admin judge. So,
Well, it's always a pleasure, Your Honor. We've seen in a bit last time I did branch. Always a pleasure.
I mean, yeah, she
Good
would
morning,
do,
Your Honor.
no doubt about it, but you know. This
Yeah.
guy
Good
right-
morning, Your Honor. This is Joanne Hennessy. I'm here for the City of Miami Beach for the jail arraignment calendar.
Okay, how are you?
Good, I'm well, thank you, Your Honor. How are you?
I haven't seen what we got yet, but
Looks like a medium-sized calendar.
yep.
Thank you. I'll be here for my cases and throughout the calendar. Thank you.
Okay.
Depends on when we get to the misdemeanor packets. Sometimes they start around 1, sometimes it's a little later. Yes, these are the first. I understand, ma'am. These are the statewide orders, yes. So there's not much we can do right now. We have to just kind of go through the misdemeanors and then we'll get to the felonies. Yes, ma'am. King. The last name King doesn't sound familiar. Is he charged with domestic violence or just, okay. Okay, but he wasn't in a domestic violence situation. Okay.
They've already all been sworn in, right?
Okay, so that'll be either in the misdemeanor or the felony.
All right, let's,
We will get to his case eventually. We just gotta, we have not yet.
is this Nurian Santos Rodriguez?
That's a bond
No,
out.
Judge, the bond out for number 1 and number 2. So Patricia Marrero was also a bond out. So we have Miss Bland.
So number 1 and number 2 are bond outs?
Yes, Judge.
And so this is Alicia Bland.
Yes, Judge.
What do I just put BL on here?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Do you need to move this?
Okay, Miss Bland.
Did you stay where you were on it? Okay. I kind of figured because I've never seen one before, but I was taking a shot. Okay. All right.
Judge should be on your barn hearing calendar next as well.
Excuse me?
Should be on your barn hearing calendar next.
Oh, okay. Felonies, okay. Well, in this case, it's leaving the scene of an accident with property damage. Okay, I find PC for the LSA. Amazon driver. What's the standard bond for an LSA?
I think it's 150, Your Honor.
What?
$150.
150? Okay. All right, I'm gonna see her again in any event, right? So $150 standard bond for the LSA.
Defender appointed.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. When I already said that before, but when if I find PC, the public defender is appointed for all defendants.
Yes, Judge, you said that. Thank you.
The domestic violence, but all right. Hernan Rodriguez.
Hernan,
No more.
And
Are we still on Hernan Rodriguez, Your Honor?
excuse me?
Are we still on Hernan Rodriguez?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know where he
Okay,
is.
very.
There he is. Hernan Rodriguez. I have an issue.
These are added charges, Judge.
Okay. Is there any PC argument in this case?
1 second, Judge. Sorry, he just got here. So this is for Richard Gomez Contreras.
No, this is for Hernan Rodriguez.
No, Hernan, we have to pass that case because he is not here. They have to go get him. Corrections has to go get him. And then number
He
5,
refused court.
refused, reset till tomorrow, Judge.
For
Hernan Rodriguez reset for tomorrow?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
And then number 5 is off calendar.
which is Clifton Silliman.
Correct.
7?
So we're on number 6.
So Hernan is gone and Silliman is gone. So now we're on Richard Gomez Contreras. Okay, all right.
Which are added charges.
Need to put something on here, reset or?
Oh, yes.
Is Silliman reset or
Off calendar.
off calendar?
I mean, he's,
Hmm.
do I, for my notes, if it's off calendar, do I mean not doing it? Like it's being reset
Right,
for
we're not
tomorrow?
doing- not doing it.
Okay. Will it eventually be reset for tomorrow or? Okay.
Whatever.
Mr. Silliman case was heard. His bond was 150 on 6/30, off calendar.
Okay, there you go. Richard Gomez Contreras, petty theft.
Need the assistance of the Spanish interpreter.
Señor Gómez Contreras, a usted se le acusa de un cargo de hurto de menor cuantía.
Okay, I find PC and PTS eligible, this guy or?
You just
Hallo que sí existe motivo fundado.
Your Honor, the state would ask for an elevated bond. There's a lot of open cases, some of them open felonies.
Well, he does, he has a series, so elevated to, it's usually what, 150 for petty theft?
Petty theft is usually,
La fiscalía está solicitando una fianza elevada, tiene varios casos abiertos, entre ellos hay delitos mayores.
150, Judge.
500,
what the state is asking for, Your Honor.
okay. Elevated bond, $500.
Bien, se le impone una fianza elevada de $500.
And you have a stay away order from Brickell City Center and Sephora at Brickell City Center, 701 South Miami Avenue. You must stay 500 feet away from that location. Do you understand that, sir?
Señor, usted tiene una orden de alejamiento, tiene que mantenerse alejado de Brickell City Center, la tienda Sephora, que queda en la 701 South Miami Avenue, tiene que mantenerse a una distancia de al menos 500 pies. ¿Sí entiende?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. Okay, Mr. Nelson Perez.
How you doing, Your Honor?
Yeah, you're charged with violating a injunction, a protective injunction violation. Do you understand? I find PC, there is apparently a prior injunction issued on 6/5/25 that he violated allegedly, so state.
Your Honor, the state would be asking for a $2,000 bond. I mean, it's already an injunction in place. He has open cases and he does
He has
have,
a lot of open cases.
yeah, he has a decent amount of priors, including felonies as well.
All right. $2,000 bond. And a stay away order, again, from this location and from this person, Araceis de la Perez. You understand that you're stay away from her, correct?
Sir, I've seen the papers that it's never her signature. Somebody keeps doing her signature. It's not my mother's handwriting. It's not her signature. Somebody is doing this through my mother, but it's never her handwriting.
Okay. Well, you can take that up with the division judge.
You said a bond 1,000, Judge?
2,000.
2,000, thank you.
Can't make that. So how long do I gotta be here?
Okay. I'm guessing, is this a beach case coming up here?
Yes, it is, Your Honor. This is Joanne Hennessy for the city of Miami Beach.
Mr. Hawkins refused court, reset for tomorrow.
Okay.
Just to note, he refused court yesterday as well.
Yes, I have a note here that he refused, so.
Judge Hawkins refused. So we'll be requesting a reset.
Just signed reset, right? Reset 7/7.
That's it.
Next, we have Mr. Jackson.
Aye.
Indecent exposure.
I was, okay. I
Your
just have,
attorney is the public defender. I'm sure that she's going to inform you not to say anything. I find C in this case, state you have,
Your Honor,
is he homeless? Does he have an address?
Judge, he is homeless. What's your address?
I have address where my mail could be sent at my grandmother's house. The address is 150 69th Street, 150 Northeast 69th Street, apartment 408. 408 is the apartment. The zip code is 33138. I can receive my mail there.
Fine, if it's homeless, yeah, it seems to have an address, we would be asking for an elevated bond.
Yeah, what is a bond for indecent exposure?
I believe it's 1,000 unless I'm mistaken, Sir Clerk, you know?
1,000?
But now it's.
I have nobody to bond me out.
I believe standard is 1,000. I could be wrong. Regardless, the state would be asking for a 2,000.
Okay.
Wait, well, Judge, 1 second. Judge, if we can address this 1 second.
Go ahead. Pages of prior.
Judge, he is in fact homeless. This is a prior client of mine. The address that he provided just now, I've looked into previous references. He is in fact homeless. There and we've tried to send mail to that address. It has not worked out.
Yeah, and the state said, happened, but with a bond, an elevated bond of $2,000, he has significant priors. So that's what I'm gonna do.
Judge, the issue with TAP is the references, but I can look into it more with him.
I'll need
Tap alternate bond, yes.
my grandma is not gonna accept the TAP program and the address and if I call for her, she's not gonna accept it. It's not the first time that they gave me TAP. She's
Yeah.
not gonna accept TAP.
Yes, Judge. He's been given TAP previously. It's just that his references do not check out.
Telling them
So
to,
we would be requesting ROR with a date certain on the homeless.
please.
No, I'm not doing ROR. Alternate bond, $2,000, tap. If it can work out, great. If not, not. Okay, is Tiger Man there?
Your Honor, Joanne Hennessy for the city of Miami Beach.
Tiger Man? Charged with illegal camping. And there's a bench warrant also.
Yeah, it's a warrant from
Prior.
a prior, he was supposed to appear on July 2nd, failed to appear. We would just ask that the warrant be converted to a bond.
And what is the bench warrant?
150,
150?
yes.
Okay. I'll convert the bench warrant of 150 to a bond. I'll put it on. And do you do stay away orders from, I don't know if you do stay away orders, but
We do on occasion, Your Honor, but I imagine there's already a stay away order.
bond 150. Next, we have Josue Lubin.
Judge, he's out on probation. F18-1466.
Judge, we have Mr. Lubin.
Okay, I find PC for trespass. He's just got a litany of cases. He's homeless. Is he homeless?
Sí, no tengo caso, no tengo nada.
Need the assistance of the Spanish.
I don't have a house. I don't have anything.
Okay.
Homeless.
Judge, and a lot of his priors are older. So we'd be requesting a dollar bond or ROR with a date certain on Homeless calendar.
Su señoría, muchos de los antecedentes son bastante antiguos. Estaríamos solicitando una fianza de $1 o libertad bajo palabra y que se fije para una fecha fija en el calendario de personas sin techo.
I mean, he's on probation, it's a probation violation, but the most recent,
Was from 2018,
2018.
which was an 8-year.
Excuse me?
Was
Es
in-
por un quebrantamiento de la libertad condicional, pero el caso más reciente es del 2018.
He violated by 1 year, is that what you're saying? All right.
Seems, yeah, I was sentenced to 8 years in 2018. I mean, then he picks this up. They can't go with an ROR, but I understand. The arrest affidavit is, I think the narrative speaks for itself, so we're not gonna push hard on this. We would just ask for standard bond.
La fiscalía estaría solicitando fianza estándar. Él estuvo bajo libertad condicional durante 8 años por un caso del 2018 y por ese motivo no estaríamos de acuerdo con libertad bajo palabra.
Okay, I'm gonna do $100 bond, reduced bond in this case.
Le voy a imponer una fianza reducida de $100.
And there's a stay away order again. I mean, this is from the Winn-Dixie, this most recent time that you were arrested, sir, at 10900 Northwest 7th Avenue. You're to stay away from that location. You understand that, sir?
Señor, por este caso más reciente tiene una orden de alejamiento, tiene que mantenerse alejado del Winn-Dixie que queda en la 10900 Northwest 7 Avenida. ¿Sí entiende eso, señor?
¿Cómo años vive la casa?
You placing a hold, Judge?
Perdón, señor.
Yes.
¿Qué dice la programa? ¿Tú tienes programa?
Do you have the program?
¿Tú tienes programa?
Probation hold. Probation hold, right?
Tiene una detención por la libertad condicional.
Yes, Judge.
F18-1466.
Caso F18-1466.
All right. Elias Card. Prior, or is this one?
Oh, there is new.
So it's this is this charge.
That's it.
Okay.
Judge, I do have a PC argument.
Okay, what's your argument?
So Judge, for concealed weapon, it has to be a weapon from the ordinary sight of another person. That's what makes it concealed weapon. The officer on page 2 of the arrest affidavit stated immediately observed in plain view a semi-automatic handgun located, and then that in of itself defeats the concealed weapon charge. The fact that he stated that it's in plain view.
Right, well, in plain view, that makes it, I see what you're saying. You're saying it's not a concealed weapon because it's in plain view, so it's open carry. State?
Your Honor, it was in plain view once the door was opened. So it was concealed from the officer, spectator's initial observations. And he even asked the defendant what firearms were in the vehicle, not alert him as to that.
But isn't he charged with the wrong, shouldn't be charged with open carry? I mean, if it's in plain view, you're saying it was concealed from plain view. I mean, I
I think the idea is that it was not in plain view until
he
the door
told the
was-
officer he had two guns. He told him he had one in the side of the, door, and the other one he had in the console. The officer found the one in the
I see.
console plainly concealed, properly concealed.
Hmm.
In Florida, you can have it concealed even without a permit now. So the other one is, counsel is saying the other one was not concealed. The other one was in plain view.
Well, so then which firearm are they referring to?
The one in the door.
What about the one in the center console?
No, the one in the center
That was
console
secretly-
is concealed, but, in Florida, you can have a concealed weapon now.
Right.
You don't need a license, so that one was okay. So the one that was not okay is, let's read it here. Handgun was positioned with the barrel pointed downward and the grip upward, allowing easy access to the defendant as it was not encased, readily accessible, and within arm's reach.
So Judge, that language there is setting up for it to be a concealed carry charge because the officer is using the language or the elements of that charge. However, the moment the officer states that it was in plain view, it defeats that. So the crime of a concealed carry, concealed weapon requires the weapon must be hidden from the ordinary sight of another, and the weapon must be on or about the person, close and readily accessible to him.
Buck Armas argument, which was overruled by the third DCA very recently about what is open carry, whether open carry in a car, not open carry. The third DCA has ruled on that. Open carry in a car is open carry and it's illegal. That's what the third DCA said. What counsel is saying, Ms. McCollum is saying, is if it was in plain view, it was not concealed. So I can find no PC, or if you want to amend the charge, that's up to you. But I agree with the argument. It was not concealed.
No, Your Honor. I'm with you. So we'll fine. Do no PC, then it will be released and we'll leave it to the division ASAs to amend the charge if they want to proceed on that.
So what do I do here today?
Release outright, Judge.
No PC. Outright release. Put it here.
Yes.
Oh, what is your address, sir?
What is your address?
10107 South Preserve Way, apartment 305.
Okay.
And it's in Miramar, so that's the address on the A form.
Okay, thank you. Resisting without violence, Orlando Marrero. Okay, I find PC of resisting without violence and state.
Standard bond, Your Honor.
Judge, we would be requesting, I don't see any prior convictions or any priors, we would be requesting, PTS.
What is the standard bond in this case?
500, Your Honor. The state would. We'll leave it to Your Honor's discretion. I think the facts of the narrative kind of speak for themselves. So we still ask for standard bond.
Judge, it's a nonviolent charge. And if he does qualify for PTS, we will be requesting PTS.
PTS. Alternate $1 bond. You have a PTS for them?
Yes.
Okay. All right, next we have Edward Fernandez. Special property.
Where corrections is looking for him, Judge. He's coming, Judge. It's going to take a while.
Okay. All right, I find PC, but I also
I'm a disabled man that I was at the rehab place. I have nowhere to go unless they accept me there again, which is way far.
But sir, you are to stay away from the South Miami Hospital at 6200 Southwest 73rd Street. Do you understand that?
Judge, can you put in at least an exception in case he is in need of medical assistance from that facility?
Yeah,
Can I talk or is he talking?
except if he has to go there for, but he can't be there and just stay there because he wants to stay at the hospital. He
That's
has
incorrect.
medical condition.
Your Honor, the state would ask that.
I'm going to put in here, unless defendant has medical condition.
Your Honor, I understand.
I want to see what they can do about these poor policemen.
That he seek treatment if possible from somewhere else, and that this should be a last resort. Obviously, if he's taken there by an ambulance or something like that, that's out of his control, but if he has the option of going somewhere else, I think would be best.
Well, I can say, unless the defendant has a medical condition as a last resort.
That's fine at this day. Thank you, Your Honor.
Sorry, Judge, I was unable to hear you.
Okay, so if he has a medical condition as a last resort, he can go to South Miami Hospital. If there's another hospital, another clinic, or whatever urgent care clinic, he has to go there first. Do you understand that, sir?
Okay, can I allow me to elaborate, sir? I need I need to go to where my back, and I have to go there because
Sir, all I'm saying is, in this case, you allegedly were discharged and asked to leave. The personnel at the hospital, medical personnel, asked you to leave because they discharged you medically. So you are not to go back there unless you have a condition, and you can't go somewhere else. Okay, that's all. I don't want you to go back there and just hang out because you think you're entitled to hang out at South Miami Hospital. Do you understand that?
well, I understand that you're getting incorrect information with all due respect, Your Honor.
Okay, well, that's a different issue. I've ROR'd, you can leave on your own recognizance, all right? But the issue is, if that comes in front of a judge, you can tell the judge all about that.
Okay, Judge.
Thank you. Thank
Number
you.
15 was a bond out. So the next person up, Mr. Jackson, bond out.
Okay. Had like no priors. The bond out.
And number 16 was a bond out as well. And that's Brian Ford. So we have Mr. Enrique Gutierrez.
Cooking with gas now.
Yes, sir.
My first sergeant used to say it to me all the time. Now we're cooking with gas. Whatever that meant. Building a fire. Like a big thing when they switch from. Yeah, all right. All right, Enrique Gutierrez.
Yes, sir.
You're charged with trespass on property after warning and drug paraphernalia.
Yes, sir.
No priors. Right. Does he? Well, yeah, that's okay. That's. He has one prior, which is a felony. Okay, State, what's your position on this?
Standard bond for each count, Your Honor. 500 each.
Judge,
Standard is 500 each, because there's two counts, one of the trespass, one of the possession of drug paraphernalia. Or if Your Honor is inclined to do a lesser bond, you would ask for 250 each.
Judge, he is homeless. We would be requesting ROR, or in the alternative is least $1 bond. And he does not have any significant priors. All of those cases were null prost.
TAP. Does he have an address that we can use for TAP?
We would ask for a date certain on the homeless calendar.
Yeah. He has an address?
It's the same address where it's not supposed to trespass. I had my address mail there.
That's not his address.
Oh, but I get mail there for last 45 years. I'm trying to get up another PO box someplace else for most of working inside jobs, but I haven't get a real job yet. I haven't had a chance to get it yet.
And Judge, I'm not sure if Your Honor or the seat's able to check to see if that even trespass warning from 2024 is even active. We would just request if they can look into that.
There are 20, I don't see that. I don't see a 2024 guy. I see it.
You don't, it doesn't have to be a court case for you to be given a trespass warning in a different police case. You don't have
Okay.
to be
Right.
arrested.
So there's 24 trespass warning is your.
You're right, and I can't verify if
I
that's
can't
still
verify.
active. I mean, I'm assuming it was.
Is
when the
it
officer
the same
verified it.
location or what?
Well, generally it would be for the same location. That's like the purpose is that it's assigned to the location. I am assuming dangerously, that the officer verified the warning was active, but
Oh, look, I'm gonna do $1 bond on the trespass. That's count one, right?
yes, Your Honor.
But I'm gonna do on the paraphernalia count two. I'll do, did you say standard was 500?
Standard is 500.
I'll do 250. Stay away order from the place where you were picked up for trespass, 225 East 45th Street, Hialeah. You understand that, sir?
Understand?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
Next, we have the president of.
Judge, for Mr. Enrique Gutierrez, can you also get an alternate bond of TAP for the 250?
We can give TAP, but we don't have an address for him.
I think he just needs like a reference. If I can find references for him to give that.
Had the mail come to
Put him in the home.
store where
This. All right.
And
That's just
I've
trouble doing things like that.
yeah, and I think the TAP representative is Miss Margarita Prawl, and she just needs references from my understanding.
Stop the tab. Put alternate on it.
Well, it's, yeah.
All right.
In that case, Gutierrez, tap.
Don't worry.
Count one
I'd
doctor.
rather do this than the packets. So.
You granting tap, Judge?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Lyndon Johnson.
We are doing after Mr. Enriquez. Yeah,
Yes.
Understood. Thank you.
Lyndon Johnson. But even some recent stuff. All right. Okay, so Mr. Johnson is charged with obstructing justice, providing false information. State.
I understand that.
There's a co-defendant. The co-defendant apparently is charged with drug possession.
Yeah.
And he was just trying to
He
tell the
shouted.
cops.
I heard the police are coming. I understand, Your Honor, that
I'm
not pushing for anything past standard bond, which is 150 in this case. So leave it up.
Also think that's a PC argument because based off of the statute, I do not see how these actions relate to all I heard is that he was yelling for that person that the police are coming. But based off of the statute itself, it says that shall be unlawful for any person to knowingly obstruct justice, and it lists out 3 different ways that person could do so. And it says destroys, alters, or conceals or disguises physical evidence, goes into plants evidence, or furnishes false information, induces a witness having knowledge material to the subject at issue to leave the state or conceal.
ROR.
No, well, I would have, okay. Yeah, ROR.
Hey, thank you, Your Honor. Go ahead.
Okay.
Judge, can we get a date certain on the homeless calendar, please, for Mr. Johnson?
What?
A date certain on the homeless calendar in 6/7 for Mr. Johnson.
Date certain is tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. August 7th
Oh.
at 9 a.m. Courtroom 6-7.
Thank you, Judge.
Is this the next case?
Yes. Jacob.
Yeah, Brad Jacobitz. Charged with battery. You know, no priors. Okay, there's PC for battery. State, what's your position in this case?
Your Honor, we would ask for an elevated bond. I know there's no local priors, but the defendant does live in New York, and the facts in this case are pretty, or his place of birth is New York, and he lives in Ocala.
What's the standard bond in this case?
1,000 is for back. We ask for an elevated of 1,500.
Judge, he lives in the state of Florida. He does not live in New York. He was born there, but he doesn't live there. And so we just be requesting either standard bond or PTS if eligible. Well, not PTS, Judge. I don't think you will qualify for PTS, but standard bond.
How long has he been living in Florida? Miami.
I grew up in Florida. I've lived in Florida for about 25 years.
You hear that, Judge?
Miami.
In Miami, I've never lived here. I'm visiting Miami. I live in Ocala.
Right, which is why I said to scratch the PTS, because I do not think you qualify. So the bond, standard bond.
State stands on asking for elevated of 1,500, Your Honor. It's up to your discretion.
I'm gonna do standard bond in this case.
You got a bond?
And sir, there is a stay away order from Tommy Jules. You have to stay 500 feet from him at all times. No contact. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Ocala, Florida. This is this guy. All right. Next we have Roger Cedry.
And he needs this an assistance of the Spanish interpreter.
I'm present, Judge.
Okay, good. He is charged with petty theft at the public supermarket 1176 Biscayne Boulevard.
Señor, usted se le acusa de un cargo de hurto de menor cuantía del Publix que queda en la 100, en la 1176 Biscayne Boulevard.
Okay, I find PC. Standard bond is 150, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hallo que si existe motivo fundado, la fianza estándar es de $150.
Given his lack of criminal history, we would be requesting an ROR and a date certain on the homeless calendar.
Su señoría, dado el hecho que él no tiene antecedentes, estamos solicitando libertad bajo palabra y una fecha fija en el calendario para personas sin techo.
I'm gonna do standard bond, alternate standard bond 150. Does he have TAP? Can we do TAP with him? Homeless?
Podemos darle el programa TAP. Yo haría fianza alterna $150.
I'll do TAP. And put him on the homeless calendar? Can I do that?
Well, no, Judge, he won't be able to be on the homeless calendar unless, the TAP process goes through.
Or you prefer I put him on the homeless calendar?
Judge, a TAP can take some time, so I would just keep him in custody and I'll speak with his APD.
TAP gives him services.
TAP le daría servicios, pero ese es un poco más demorado.
Is there a stay away order from that public? No stay away? Okay, fine. All right.
No hay orden de alejamiento.
Okay. George Quiroz.
Ya es todo.
Battery, resisting without violence, disorderly intoxication. Last case, well, very similar, 2009. Okay, I find PC. I don't know what the situation is here, but there's two stay away orders in this case. And standard bond for the battery is 1,000. Count 1,000. The other ones are what? Trespass and
The count 2 is a resisting
without violence on
standard
the
bond of
okay.
500, and the disorderly is standard bond 150.
So count 2 is standard what?
500.
And 150 for count 3, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Standard bond in all 3 cases. Stay away order from Alexander Rodriguez. You cannot be within 500 feet of him. No direct or indirect contact. Also, you are to stay away from the Mayfair Hotel, 3000 Florida Avenue. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir. I have a question. I do have property there, like I have a backpack because I was actually working the event. Am I able to go back to pick it up?
At the hotel, I think you said.
A backpack?
Yes. I have a backpack.
He was working an event at that hotel. Can he pick up his items at that hotel?
Car in valet.
And he has his car in valet.
Okay, well,
One time.
Yeah, one time. I won't go back. Absolutely. I won't go back.
you can return one time
Yes, sir. And I'll talk to
bag, okay? The
And
police
just-
to retrieve property. Backpack, I'll even put backpack.
I believe his vehicle also.
He has a vehicle?
If I'm not mistaken.
Did you say a vehicle?
Yes, yes, he has his vehicle in the valet.
All right, thank you, sir. You like working the weekend. Any particular judge primarily? Let's see. As they call them. AZ.
Yes. That's.
AZ. All right, we have here Camilo Gomez. Charged with battery, sir. Okay, I find PC.
Page 6. Misdemeanor count.
It's simply a battery, right? It's
just,
not a.
just a battery or.
Judge, since he does not have any significant prior convictions, since he is homeless, we'll be requesting an ROR and a date certain on the homeless calendar.
He's homeless?
Yes, Judge.
Your Honor, he has a felony aggravated battery conviction from 2021.
Yeah.
So the state would ask for an elevated bond of 1,500 in this case.
I'm sorry, Judge. I apologize. Mr. Gomez does speak Spanish, so you need the assistance of the Spanish interpreter.
I couldn't hear what you.
Judge, he needs an interpreter.
Oh, no, I can speak.
Oh, no.
Oh.
I just wanted to,
Tell him he charged
Statement basic.
No, you can't.
asking for an elevated bond. Coriel, what happened to you? You're muted.
Judge,
No, Judge, he said afterwards he doesn't need an interpreter.
yeah, we just having a miscommunication, Judge. He just wanted to tell his side of the story. I just advised him that he cannot speak about his case. So we would be requesting, I understand that this is requesting an elevated bond. He doesn't have extensive priors. So we would be requesting ROR with a date certain on the homeless calendar.
The state would object. He doesn't have that many priors because he picks up a felony aggravated battery in 2021 and then does 2.5 years in sentence for it. So
Yeah, I'm gonna give an elevated bond of $1,500. Even though it is just a battery, it's.
Judge, would your honor be open to TAP as an alternative? Would he qualify for TAP?
Just speak a little, I'm sorry, I am.
I'm sorry, Judge, would he qualify for TAP as an alternative?
But please speak a little louder into the mic.
Sorry, I don't know how louder I can speak, but does he qualify for TAP as an alternative bond?
Okay. Qualify for TAP.
I mean, I'm not too familiar with the program. I don't know what the
I mean, I can do
qualifications are.
I can do the elevated bond and put him on the homeless calendar, right? So,
No, well, Judge, no, because he wouldn't be able to afford that elevated bond, so he would not be able to be on the homeless calendar. It's
okay, no, elevated bond, $1,500. Stay away from Dana Linder. 500 feet. No contact, direct or indirect, with Dana Linder. You understand that, sir?
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Judge, can you repeat it?
Oh, can you repeat that for me, sir? I'm sorry.
Dana Linder. That's the person that you allegedly had contact with in this case.
Correct. That.
Oh, because it's.
Did I have the right stay away order?
I want to remember it being a part of like. Oh, but it's also talking about another one or more happens kind of a thing. I think because we're going through that's what messed up and also
Nathan Jeffries.
everything else should be the same and we'll go. No prior standard is 150, Your Honor.
Your honor, we'd be requesting ROR. He has no prior convictions and he's 20 years old. He's young.
Based off of his age or the no priors? Based off of his age?
His because he has no priors state.
Just for my notes, that's a.
I'm sorry, Judge, I can't hear you.
This is the last gentleman. This is
Okay.
not Alexis Castro. This was the last
All right,
gentleman.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Pardon that gentleman there. 'cause
Oh,
it-
this one? Okay, sorry, Judge, I couldn't hear you.
All right,
Yeah, that was Nathan Jeffries was ROR.
Right.
Yeah.
You said RR for Mr. Jeffries?
yes.
Thank you.
So we have, Judge, we have Alexis Castro.
At first appearance, I mean, I can't dismiss any cases at first appearance. We want to do an, gonna be,
Judge, state, yeah, you can dismiss these specific charges. It happens all the time. I'm not sure if it's your.
Okay.
happen at
So
first
I'm here.
appearance, though,
You can
so-
hear me now, right?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. This is Mr. Alexis Castro,
Yes, sir.
beverage consumption and our
Yeah, I mean, Your Honor, if you want an offer, it's gonna be a withhold court cost, but I can't close anything out at
No,
first
he doesn't,
appearance.
he doesn't know withholding court costs, right, counsel? Ms.
I mean,
McCollum,
Judge, a dismissal is better than a withhold court cost. So, we'll just got ROR date certain on the homeless calendar.
I'm just RR.
And then the date certain is August 7th, Judge?
Oh,
Not on the homeless, you want, you're requesting the homeless?
Yes.
I'm sorry, we didn't hear that.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Homeless calendar, 8/7, 9 AM, courtroom, 6/7. Now we have Carl Cadet. Traffic merger.
Judge Carl Cadet
Bond out.
is a bond out. And then the number 26 and 27 are off calendar.
I gave Carl Cadet a $1,000 bench warrant and now he bonded out.
How about that?
Yeah.
Just to confirm, the next two that were off calendar, that was Mitchell Alzugare and
Wenceslao
Howard.
is number 27.
Perfect. Thank you.
Now we have Mr. Christopher Aldridge.
Okay, that's this guy, right?
And Mr. Aldridge is out on felony bond. F 25-12462.
This charge is no valid driver's license. Say he's on bond.
Yes, he's
Felony bond.
He and so we're gonna see him back.
yes for the felony later.
Felony.
This is just for the MVDL.
So PC on this, so the MVDL is 150 or something,
150, Your Honor.
150.
Are you gonna come back? And
We'll see you later, Mr. Albert.
Placing a hold now, or are you gonna address it on the felony calendar?
Well, a new felony is coming up, so
On both or just on the
gonna
other
hold on
felony?
this one and on that one. or-
It's up to you, Your Honor, if you want to do it just on the felony when he comes back, or if you want to do it on both
I'll-
now.
Let's wait for the felony and VDLs.
Judge, number 29 is the bond out, Mr. Willie Martinez.
Mr. Martinez Cabrera, the bond out?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Torres Ramos is next. Says here, no charge information. I don't know what that means. I mean, it's here, but not on here.
Which case is this for, Your
The
Honor?
bench warrant, we have to.
Okay. Bench warrant on driving with a suspended license issued by Edward Newman in 2011. Okay. You want to make an offer in this case, state?
On the DWLS?
Yeah. But that's the only charge I have in front of me, right?
He'll be on the bond hearing calendar next.
Yes, Judge, he has felonies, but the charge right now is the traffic.
Felony should be coming up, no?
Right, yes, but the charge right now, what we're addressing right now is the bench warrant.
I haven't got no trouble after that.
I'm sorry, I'm losing you. We're addressing the DWLS or we're addressing?
We're just
We're addressing the DWLS.
where he will be back for the felony later. I can
That's
make
correct.
court cross strike one on the DWLS, but I'm assuming he doesn't want to accept that.
Okay, he doesn't want to accept any offer at this time, right? Ms. McCollum?
Judge, typically we don't like to accept offers at first appearance.
Sir, I need to talk.
Unless, I mean, because right now we're appointed, if you want to discuss that with him.
Can I say something, please?
To turn up the microphone on you somehow.
I don't think it's.
Okay. Sir, can I say something, please?
No, not at this time. And I'm sure your counsel's telling you not to say anything. So why would you want to say anything now?
Yeah, no, why don't we just stay, we'll just ask the bond match the bench warrant and we'll see him at the felony and they can come, Vision ASAs can come up with the.
$1,000 bond on the DWLS from 2011, which is never. Casimir. Is this like all one case here? or-
Yes, if they're clipped together, yeah, you can separate them.
What was his bond, Judge? Mr. Torres Ramos?
1,000.
Thank you.
Bond 1,000.
Thank you, Marcus.
Okay, so these are all bench warrants, right?
180.
Oh, no, CDON, Casimir C. Duan.
That's a.
Got 1, 2, 3. Different person. Okay, it's got 2.
Who is it? Defendant?
C. Duan.
That's the bench warrant on the LSA and it's a new DWLS.
There's a $100 bench warrant on the LSA, which, let me read the case number. Papers are all like. All right, I find PC, so what do you want to do with this case?
Your
Monsieur Sidouan, Your Honor, is this the Creole case? Good morning.
Yeah.
Oh, does he need an interpreter?
Creole.
Yeah, I mean, yes, Judge, he prefers Creole.
Okay. So he needs the interpreter, Ms. Wilson. How are you today, by the way?
Good, ma'am. Good, Judge. Thank you for asking. Monsieur Sidouan, ou la pasko gen deux contraventions, une pasko tap konduit en licence qui te suspend, et puis une parce que licence ou te expiré.
Bon, moi pas de connaître, moi te fait accident février 24, moi te l'hôpital, moi fait opération, moi te gain assurance, moi fait ranger machine nan ma
Monsieur, I didn't know I had an accident on February 24th. I was in the hospital. I had fixed the car. I had insurance. I didn't know.
Okay. What do you want to state in this case?
We would ask for 150 each. I think the $100 bench warrant was a little low, so we would have to be raised to 150 and 150 for the DWLS.
Donc, monsieur, juge la mande avocat l'État à qui ça que le vle, yo mette $150 parce que mandat d'arrêt a été $100, yo mette $150 et puis $150 parce que tu as conduit avec une licence qui te suspend, c'est caution ça pour payer.
Judge, we'll be requesting, I mean, just if you could just convert it to the amount of the bench warrant.
WLS.
Avocat la mande juge là pour le convertir li montant que yo te mette pour mandat d'arrêt.
Okay.
Okay.
So to machine man get mal one.
And my car's been towed. I have to go get it.
Oh, I see why.
Okay, Christopher Gonzalez. Christopher Gonzalez.
Sorry, Judge, we couldn't hear how much you placed the bond for. We couldn't hear. What was the bond amount, Judge?
Combien caution te juge?
HLE is bond 150.
100 on the other one.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
$150 pour une, $100 sur l'autre. So that's 250, correct?
Total.
All right.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Christopher Gonzalez, driving with a suspended license.
I seen that it said.
Right? Grand theft, 3rd degree coming up. So standard bond on the DWLS 150.
Yeah.
We have, that's 150 standard bond on the misdemeanor, DWLS. So now we have Mr. Jose Mercado Jimenez. Has a bench warrant of $3,500. Judge Nelson, failure to appear at trial. And he has a new case of driving with a suspended license. Okay.
This is for Jose Mercado, right?
Yeah.
Okay. State asked for bond to match the bench warrant and standard bond.
I'm sorry, Judge, Mercado is bound, he bonded out.
Mercado bonded out.
Yes, so we're on to Mr. Lattimore.
There. So did he bond out? Did he have to pay $3,500?
Yes.
Oh, he bonded out. Yeah, okay. I mean, what you wanted.
Oh, 40 is not a bond on it.
So we're talking about Corey Matthews now?
No,
We're talking about Mr. Greg Lattimore, number 34.
Oh, Mr. Lattimore.
Yeah.
Driving with a suspended license knowingly? Fine, PC, 150, standard bond state? Yes.
150 is the standard bond. He does have some priors. That's fine, standard bond.
150.
Yeah.
Standard bond 150.
Yeah.
Show up. Corey Matthews.
Morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Matthews, you're charged with driving with a suspended license.
Yes, Your Honor. I have court on the 17th for my driver's license to get it reinstated. I paid all my tickets online and I just have to get it reinstated on the 17th.
Speak loud. Oh, no valid. It's not, okay, it's not a suspended. It's an NVDL.
His license is still suspended, Your Honor. It's state.
I know, I know how that works. But they've charged him with an NVDL. That's what he's charged with. And the standard bond is 150 and not gonna change. So standard bond 150. He has quite.
I have no way of paying the bond. I just paid. I just paid.
So
it's $150.
I don't.
The bond. So, what was Mr. Matthews bond again? I'm sorry.
On 150.
Thank you.
Romero Banegas.
Okay, Judge 36 is a bond out.
Banegas is a bond out?
Romero, but yeah, Banegas is a bond out.
Oh, more bond outs.
Okay. Brian Castro. Driving while license suspended knowingly. And PC, standard bond, 150.
Your Honor, it is 150. The state would be asking for an elevated bond. Here's he was
Basis?
driving on an effective DUI revocation in Broward.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I will. $500 bond. Driving while on a revocation.
Judge, for the argument, they stated that it's a DUI revocation. It shows that it was July 20th to 2024. And that it's a high blow, so it's only like 6 months of revocation. He has to just take steps to probably reinstate his license. But if the revocation is only 6 months, it's a process. It's a very in-depth process to reinstate after. So I mean, that's not the sole basis of it. That revocation would have expired.
No, there's two revocations. There's the initial suspension, which you get for blowing above a .08. That's the one from July 28th, 2024, expired January 28th, 2025. Then I'm assuming he closed out the case January 14th, 2025, and that's a new 6-month revocation expiring July 13th, 2025. So it's still an effective DUI revocation.
He closed it out, he accepted 6 months and he couldn't drive until, July 13th. So $500 bond. Luis Martinez Moreno.
That's a bond out. Oh, no, that's here. Mr. Martinez?
Yeah, Martinez
Okay.
Moreno, Luis Fernando.
Are you Martinez Moreno?
Yes, Judge.
Yes,
He
sir.
needs the assistance of, no?
Yeah, I prefer Spanish.
Yeah, assistance of the client.
Okay. He failed to appear at arraignment 6/21/24.
No compareció para la lectura de cargos el 21 de junio del 2024.
Judge Newman issued a bench warrant of $2,000.
El juez Newman le emitió una una orden de arresto por $2,000.
State.
That's gotta match the bench warrant, Your Honor.
La fiscalía solicita que se le imponga la misma fianza de lo que tenía para la orden de arresto.
Judge, that is excessive for specifically just a traffic case. I do not see any other indications of any other driving. I don't have a printout of his TPO, but I would just ask for a standard bond.
Su
And just-
señoría, eso me parece algo excesivo por un caso que es un caso simplemente de tránsito y en este momento no tengo los antecedentes de tránsito. Quisiera solicitar una fianza estándar
And just to confirm if his mailing address is correct with the court.
y confirmar si tiene la dirección correcta.
He did miss a trial. He just missed an arraignment. So don't miss the next arraignment.
Bien, él no dejó de comparecer a un juicio, lo que dejó de comparecer fue a la lectura de cargos. No deje de asistir a la próxima lectura de cargos que tiene.
Does the state want to make an offer?
I don't have his TPO, Your Honor. I can't make an offer without that.
Okay.
La fiscalía quisiera hacer una oferta, no, en este momento no podemos porque no tenemos los antecedentes por escrito.
And then if we can get his address.
Si nos puede dar su dirección.
I don't have an address right here in the United States. I'm visitor. I just came yesterday from a flight.
So Judge, it appears as though he's a tourist. So returning, can you please ask if he's returning?
¿Y usted va a regresar? O sea, ¿se va para su país?
I'm here to visit some friends. I will be his friend. I'll be staying in the United States until approximately the 26th of this month.
So he's visitor. So sure, he has a driver's license in the state, so it's his country.
What country?
Mexico.
Mexico.
The Mexican resident has a Mexican driver's license. He was stopped here. What's the date?
The initial stop,
Yeah,
I believe it's January 28th.
What was it?
What I have.
here it says 23, right?
Okay.
Right, so
So, did he leave and come back?
he said that he used to study back then here.
I'm keeping it standard of 150.
Le mantiene la fianza en la fianza estándar, que es de $150.
Yeah.
Interpreter, can you please ask him for his number?
¿Nos puede dar su teléfono?
But I don't have a United States
fine.
number. So,
Tell him that's fine.
yeah, I understand English, don't worry. Yeah. So I give you the code of Mexico.
Yeah.
It's +52 921 185 9527. Let me see. 95. No, go check. Yeah, correct.
Okay. Davison Duder View,
Judge, he's the bond out.
music. Here's one with a bunch of stuff to it. Keith Darrell.
He's out on felony bond F 257768.
So he's got a bench warrant for 1,500.
Judge.
Unlawful
Your Honor.
bench warrant on that too, right? State.
I only have the DWLS, Your Honor.
There's a UTC here attached to it. I don't know why.
It's not traveling with it, but it,
Probably just, the judge probably just put it on the DWLS, not the.
right, you would just.
The last time.
Okay, Judge, so Mr. Wilson's indicating that they got his address wrong.
Last time I was incarcerated.
Last time he was incarcerated and then I guess he got bond. So his address would have been incorrect. So we're just asking
That's the only reason why I got the bench warrant, because my address, they didn't have the correct address the last time I bond out on this case.
Oh, it's not an old felony.
Not a hold? Okay.
Oh, wait, is it a hold? No, but he is out on felony bond for an open felony, but he doesn't have a hold.
Okay.
Yeah, we can update his address. State's fine with standard for this. And
50?
yeah, that's fine. And he should know his,
Standard bond 150. Give your address so that we now.
Sir, I'm gonna.
And that's
I'm gonna-
no hold, Judge?
I don't think
Your Honor,
asking for one.
Your Honor, I'm gonna have to when I get out, I'm gonna have to, make that happen.
Make
Where
what?
I can provide the correct address.
There is
You don't
a-
have it now?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. Well, can we do?
But
PT?
when I'm released, I will have it this time, because I don't want to go through this again.
Qualified?
Are you placing a hold or no hold, Judge?
okay, Judge, he also has, I believe he also has a private attorney on the felony that could assist with the address.
Okay, listen, no hold, 150 standard bond. He can give us the address afterwards. I'm not gonna require that he give it to it now.
Reset for sure.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're just doing no hold standard bond, right, for that last one?
Hold,
Perfect,
standard
thank you. Okay.
Daryl Wilson? No, Ramon Rigoberto.
This one? Yes, I need assistance for the Spanish interpreter.
Wait a second, where?
We did Wilson, Your Honor. Yeah.
Rigoberto, but what happened to these other people?
Which?
I don't, Rigoberto is not on my sheet.
Have, it's under Mayren Mayorga.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, all right. Okay, well, was that Daryl Wilson just on before?
That was
Okay.
before.
Yeah.
My bad. All right. Does he need an interpreter?
Yes.
Yes, yes, Judge.
Okay, Rigoberto Mariana Mayorga is charged with DUI.
Señora, ¿usted se le acusa de manejar bajo los efectos?
I find probable cause.
Hallo que sí existe motivo fundado.
Not seeing any, none local, Your Honor. They would ask for standard bond, 1,000, I believe.
Okay.
No veo que tenga antecedentes locales. La fiscalía solicita fianza estándar de $1,000.
If he doesn't have any priors, that I do not see any indicated here in my sheet, we request PTS.
Como no tiene antecedentes, no veo que se reflejen aquí, entonces estamos solicitando servicios previo al juicio.
Blue a 1.42, so standard bond.
Sopló 1.42, entonces se le fija fianza estándar.
1,000.
0.142.
I think he'd be dead at one.
$1,000.
No, I know, he'd be dead. I understand. The decimal point.
That was 1,000, correct, Judge?
That is correct.
Marcus.
Mi esposa hoy lo pagó hoy ahí.
Interpreter, can you assist?
Sorry?
Can you assist me with his interpreter?
Yes, he said my wife paid for it today.
Oh, well, then you can get up.
Bien, entonces lo van a dejar salir.
Question?
Can his wife bond him out today? Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Probably, I don't know.
I don't know.
Excuse me, Marcus.
Go ahead.
Would you call me right quick, please?
That's going on the misdemeanor calendar.
We have a reset from 7.
Is it about the reset from yesterday?
No.
No? Okay.
Your Honor, this is Joanne Hennessy for the City of Miami Beach. This is the end of the calendar that I'm here on, if I could be excused.
Excuse, Ms. Hennessy, thank you.
Thank you. Good day.
We do the last one?
Well, there's a reset. I don't know if the reset's coming up or not.
On the misdemeanor or?
The one,
felony?
Charlton Anthony is the last one,
Yeah.
but there's a reset. I don't know.
He's a bond out, Judge.
The reset is a bond out?
Mr. Anthony is a bond out.
Mr. Anthony's a bond out, okay.
Judge, did you have the bond for Mr. Martinez Marino? We missed it. I'm sorry. I'm on 38.
Hold on a sec. Martinez Moreno.
Yes,
was-
Judge.
150.
Was 150.
Thank you.
Is that your question, Karen?
Yes, and could you have Shanice call corrections, please? We've been trying to call her.
Okay, let me go upstairs.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
What about,
This reset.
yeah, what about this reset, Caleb and Nelly Munoz?
We don't have anything on him. I don't know. I'm not aware that Marcus.
According to Judge Silver, right? No,
So now reset.
a reset for tomorrow.
Because I don't have anything.
All right. I don't have to do anything, right?
Just put reset RS.
7-7.
State.
Yes.
Can you give me the bond for Mr. Gomez Camilo? We have a discrepancy over here.
Gomez,
Please.
what number is he?
22.
Oh boy.
Page 6.
Gomez Camino.
Gomez Camilo.
Do we have any juvies at noon? Anybody knowing?
Milo Gomez, I have 1,500.
Straight bond? Okay, because it has tap in the sieges. We're trying to make sure. We're trying to clarify.
Okay, so,
1,500 with tap.
okay,
But you did grant tap. Okay, Judge. Thank you.
apologies for that.
Then we.
Mr. Your Honor, did you get confirmation on whether we have any afternoon juveniles?
Sorry, what? No, I just asked the question. Usually, I think they went out to check, actually, I think.
Okay, thank you. We do have a juvenile afternoon.
You do.
Yes.
What time is it?
I don't know what time.
Don't we usually do it right at noon?
Your Honor, if you were asking if there was a juvenile calendar, I believe there is.
What time?
We're doing it down at 4-1. We gotta go down there.
I've always done the juveniles, make sure.
1:30. Okay, 1:30.
Break until then, or we get some of the.
We're on break until then.
Well,
Well,
the felony.
Felony, when they come down, felony.
Right, and then we do some of them and then do the juveniles.
The clerk's not answering the phone. We trying to call to tell them we're ready, but they're not answering.
Call them, Caleb.
Thank you.
In the way.
Killer. Here. She went out of her way to give this person. Yeah. Yeah. This one. Thank you very much. One thirty, we have to break for. You can start whenever you want.
Your Honor, you're muted.
Right hand. All rise and raise your right hand. All rise and raise your right hand. Do you swear in front of testimony about to give me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Shall I do?
All right, please be seated.
No.
Public defender, please give me your name.
Got it.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Jalen Delancey.
A familiar name.
Only a little familiar, Your Honor.
Oh,
All right, so
you say
let's
no,
start.
no.
Let's start with Stephanie Schulman. I appoint the public defender for every case that I find PC.
And Your Honor, Ms. Schulman has no priors based on the prior sheet that I have. These are nonviolent allegations. The defense would be requesting an ROR with a date certain.
Okay, first of all, I find PC and state.
Standard bond.
What is the standard bond for this?
For the felony, it would be 2,500. For the drug paraphernalia possession would be 500.
But is it true she has no priors?
I'm not seeing any, that's correct.
Excuse me?
Nope, no priors, Your Honor.
Say 2,500 count one?
Standard is 2,500 count one, 500 count two.
She homeless?
Yes, Your Honor.
I can't.
And she would not be able to afford $250. That would be tantamount to no bond. The defense would be requesting either ROR or TAP.
Gonna do ROR on both counts. Okay. Oh, that's next. Yes.
Your Honor, can we call a defendant out of turn?
After the females.
Okay.
Alicia Bland.
And Your Honor, on behalf of Ms. Bland, the defense is not going to make a probable cause argument. What I will say, Judge, is that if you look at the four corners of the arrest affidavit, the allegations are that there was a reach into the back of a vehicle, and there's an allegation that there were fingernails into an individual's either arm or leg, and that's why there is probable cause for a burglary with a battery. It's not your standard burglary with a battery, but it does come with it the punishable by life offense with no bond. The defense would be asking that Your Honor, instead of holding Ms. Bland no bond, considering the fact that she has 4 children, a 13-year-old, an 11-year-old, a 7-year-old, 7-month-old,
And a 4-year-old.
and a 4-year-old. And she is reporting to me that she is currently 2 months pregnant. Instead of holding her in custody, no bond, the defense will be requesting that you release her on house arrest. Given the fact that, yes, these accusations are violent in nature necessarily, but they don't rise to the level of a typical burg bat that we hold people in custody, no bond on. And so the defense will be requesting that you release her to house arrest, total lockdown. She does have a job. She makes $26 an hour, working as a case manager for individuals who are applying for food stamps, Judge.
And my kids are in sports.
They would object. This is a violent incident. I think the facts conveyed in the narrative speak for themselves. I understand it's maybe not typical, but it is certainly distressing. The state would ask that, I don't know, or at a minimum of elevated bonds.
And Your Honor, she is not a convicted felon. She has a withhold for a misdemeanor petty theft and resisting an officer with violence from 2015. Those are the extent of her priors.
Okay, what would be the standard bond for burglary with assault or battery?
For a
No bond at all.
But for the state has a follow.
yes. Is it okay that it's all double printed? Matter for purposes of scanning it? I didn't print it, Paul.
Well, I'm not gonna hold her no bond, but I'm going to but I want, state, what is your recommended bond if you have a bond at all?
It's 15K for first degree felony.
15K?
15K.
If I set a bond on a no bond case, it's 15K is minimum? F1? I'm gonna do that. I'm certainly not releasing her. The division judge can release her if they want. 15,000. Count one. What is count two?
2,500 for standard, Judge.
25?
Yes,
25?
Judge.
Count two. And it's a stay away order from Carlos Yepes Peraza, Ms. Bland.
You understand?
Yes.
But I think after the females.
Nara Graham.
Just to make things interesting.
Strong arm robbery.
Your Honor, the defense will be requesting an ROR with a stay away order. Based on the four corners of the arrest affidavit, it's clear that this alleged victim actually came to the home of my client, Ms. Graham.
Speak a little louder.
I'm sorry, Judge. The defense will be requesting an ROR with a stay away order. Based on the four corners of the arrest affidavit, it's clear that the alleged victim came to where Ms. Graham was, which I believe is her home. And Ms. Graham did not want her there. The allegations are a strong arm robbery and a misdemeanor battery for grabbing a cell phone out of the alleged victim's hands. Again, I would just reiterate that the alleged victim seems to be somewhere that she should not be, based on the four corners. Ms. Graham has no priors, never been arrested before. The defense would be requesting an ROR with a stay away order.
They would ask for standard bond from the, seems that she was coming over. I don't know the exact relationship between the victim and the defendant, but it was to give her granddaughter sparklers and can be heard on the telephone, victim yelling, "Stop hitting me," several times. They would ask for standard bond. It's a second degree misdemeanor. I'm sorry, second degree felony. Standard bond is 7,500 in this case. They would also ask for standard on the battery as well.
All right, I find PC, but I tend to agree with Delancey that this is a situation that calls for something less than the standard bond. So I'm gonna do, in this case, a $2,500 bond on count one, $500 bond on count two. Stay away order. Is against LB. You're to stay away from LB. I will. So 500 feet, do not engage in criminal activity, illegal drugs, any, no firearms. So it's count one, $2,500, count two, 500. Is she PTS eligible? Can you do that one on?
And can that be the alternative, Your Honor, pretrial services with the stay away order?
I can order it. You have any objection to me ordering PTS in this case?
A little bit, but I'm not gonna fight you hard on
All
it.
right, I'm gonna order PTS in this case. Here, oh, okay.
So, Your Honor, you're changing it to PTS?
Yes, alternate bonds, 2,500 and 500.
Mr. Lancy, did you hear about the stay away order?
I think she was there for the.
Well, I mean, the only question I have with the stay away order is number 5, is it her house, right?
It is her house, Judge, and she was here for the stay away order. If you want me to bring her back, we can, but it was her house, even
5,
based on the 4 corners.
Ashley Del Risco Rodriguez. Aggravated battery with a deadly weapon and battery.
Your Honor, Ms. Del Risco Rodriguez has no prior adjudications. The defense will be requesting pretrial services with a stay away order.
State. I mean, there's PC, but
She doesn't have prior, she has plenty of arrests, and she, from the facts of the narrative, tried to hit someone with their car, so we would be asking for standard bond,
what is the standard bond on the aggravated?
7,500,
7,500?
and as well as 1,000 on the battery.
Standard bond. Both counts.
Count 1 7,500, count 2 1,000.
That's correct. Stay away order from LIH. No criminal activity, no illegal drugs, no weapons. 500 feet, no contact direct or indirect. Through Quella Gilliard. Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Attempted aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
And Your Honor, based on the 4 corners of the arrest affidavit, Ms. Gilliard never threatened the alleged victim while holding the alleged weapon. Ms. Gilliard has no priors. The defense would be requesting that Your Honor OR her, as there's no probable cause for an attempted aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Well, she was ordering him to leave, allegedly ordering him to leave with the knife in her hand. So what is your position?
Standard bond is what the state's asking for.
And Your Honor, saying the words, I need you to leave while the knife is in her hand is not enough for an assault. She's holding a knife while saying leave. It doesn't say that she was pointing the knife at him. It doesn't say that she was coming towards him with the knife. There's nothing to indicate that an assault actually happened.
That doesn't,
What's the standard bond in this case?
standard bond is 7,500, and as long as the victim had a well-founded fear either by words or actions, then it qualifies as an assault, and that seems more of a question for trial. So state stands on asking for a standard bond, which third degree felony would be 5,000.
It would be 2,500, Your Honor, and I would be asking for pretrial services in the alternative. She does not have any priors. She doesn't have any prior arrests.
$2,500 bond. Stay away order, Miss Gilliard from DG. No criminal activity, no illegal drugs, no weapons of any kind. No contact with DG. Is this her house or is his house? You live there? What's the situation?
It's me, him, and my 19-year-old daughter. So all three of us are on the leave. He basically.
You need to go back and get stuff out of the house. That's my only question.
My daughter took my daughter said he took all of his belongings. He went to his friend's house last night. I saw them pick him up and he sent her a text to confirm he will never be coming back.
Please speak into the mic.
So, Your Honor, basically the alleged victim has left the residence, is now living with a friend. It was a divorce situation, and it's confirmed that he is out.
5, assuming that he's not there, but she has to stay 500 feet away. So if he shows up, it's his place. You got to get away. PC, but state.
There, are we still on? Are we on?
Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't call. I thought Juan Dobbs. Let's call Mr. Dobbs.
Is an out of turn?
24.
Okay.
Is he out of turn?
It's gonna take me just a sec.
Where is he? What page is he on then?
24.
He's number 24,
Number
on
24.
page 24.
Number 24.
Okay. I just have to go.
Page 8.
I thought there would be more
24,
women.
page 8. Okay. Juan Dobbs, strong arm robbery. I said I found PC. What is a standard bond?
A F2 standard bond is
75. Standard bond, $7,500. Stay away order from AD, Mr. Dobbs. No criminal activity, no illegal drugs, no firearm.
If we can get a little.
Your Honor, Mr. Dobbs.
Direct or indirect contact with AD.
Your Honor, Mr. Dobbs is indicating to me that he cannot afford a $7,500 bond. The defense would be requesting a $5,000 bond if Mr. Dobbs can afford that.
How much are you asking for? 5,000?
5,000, Judge.
All right, I'll lower the bond to 5,000. But I want to go over the stay away order. All right, Mr. Dobbs. I don't know. Do you live with AD? Is AD somebody that's in your house?
That's my daughter. That's my daughter.
Do you live with her?
Yeah.
Is she
Oh,
here?
no, she doesn't live in my house, no.
Speaking to the mic. So no?
No.
Story.
Oh, no, they didn't. Okay.
Mr. Lancey?
No, Judge, he does not live, the alleged victim is his daughter. He does not live with her, though.
Okay, so everything's NA other than you must stay away from her, no direct or indirect contact.
Okay. For how long? Just.
Until the case is
Okay,
resolved.
gotcha. Okay.
He can do that.
Judge, we're going out of turn for correction on page 17, starting with.
If it's a minor or Marcy.
Number 51, Carlos Jesus Roman Silvale.
Added charges, Your Honor.
What'd you say?
I like,
Added
doesn't know
charges.
who they are in a relationship together. Okay, do we need to redo stay-away order? So the whole name is. Okay,
Battery by detainee on visitor of the detainee, so
okay.
he's in already.
And with the assistance of the Spanish interpreter, Your Honor, please.
Go ahead,
Judge, could you repeat the charge, please?
Corral. He's charged with battery by a detainee on a visitor or other detainee.
A usted se le acusa de agresión física contra una persona, por una persona detenida contra un visitante u otro detenido.
Which in this case was another detainee, and I find PC.
En
Standard,
e- Go ahead, Judge. En este caso era contra otro detenido y hallo que sí existe motivo fundado.
what is
No
it?
objection to standard bond, Judge.
Sin objeción con respecto a fianza estándar.
Wait a second. So he's got other charges, right?
Yes.
Él tiene otros cargos.
Now?
No, sir. Just this.
So
Just this one, so. What did you say the standard one was? 2,500?
but it's an F3 with force, so it should be 5,000.
En este momento tiene solamente este cargo. El fianza estándar sería 2.500. La fiscalía dice que es un delito mayor del tercer grado, o sea que debería de ser de 5,000.
Your Honor, we
There is no
Made a-
stay away, is there? Yeah, well,
we made a no harmful contact. We also made a stay-away order. Well, there, okay, that's why we understood. Can we?
so no harmful contact. You can't
Contact?
do a stay away, right? 'Cause
Can't do
he's-
a stay-away. I kind of figured, but to be safe, we did both.
So, Your Honor, that's 2,500 or 5,000.
Okay.
So there's a no harmful contact order that I'm issuing.
Well, I mean, tell them
Estoy emitiendo una orden de tener contacto no dañino, no perjudicial.
Okay, so obviously you can't be, you might be within 500 feet of Mr. Daniel Pay, but if you do see him, you can't do anything to him, you understand?
Entonces, obviamente es posible que esté más cerca de los 500 pies alejado del señor Daniel Pay, pero si usted lo llega a ver, usted no le puede hacer nada que sea perjudicial hacia él. ¿Entiende eso?
Who's Daniel?
Who is that person?
I
¿Tú
don't know
entiendes?
who's Daniel.
¿Tú entiendes?
No?
Okay.
Okay, how about Nathaniel Martin?
Your Honor, was that
Nathaniel.
2,500? Was that 2,500?
5,000.
Thank you.
La fianza que se le emitió es de $5,000.
Nathaniel Daniel Martin.
Added charges.
And Your Honor, if he's present,
on.
oh, I'm sorry. Am I jumping the gun? If he's present, the state is filing a motion for pretrial detention.
Yeah. I'll grant. It's already here?
Just checking to see.
I don't see it.
Yeah.
I don't think it was. Reset.
All right, so the state has filed a motion for pretrial detention under 907.0415D.
And Your Honor, at this time, the defense would be invoking Mr. Martin's right to remain silent for any future attempts by police to speak to him.
Okay. I'm gonna grant the motion for pretrial detention and no bond. Attorney could file a Arthur hearing anytime they want. Put here, no bond, just.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Other one who refused yesterday is here today. Dennis Arias. So he was previously charged with child abuse. Is that case? Or is that, am I hearing that today? That's my question.
We're hearing the child abuse today. It's not.
Okay, and then the controlled substance, both of them, I'm hearing. Okay.
Yes, Judge. So the child abuse case is a 2023 case where I believe there was a warrant that was out since 2023. The defense will be requesting just standard bond on both charges, which would be $2,500 each, which would be a total of $5,000.
Wait a second, let me read.
I might have to switch in a bit just because my feet hurt. Hungry.
Okay. Do you have any objection to standard bond on both of these?
Yeah, Your Honor, I would ask for an elevated bond. So this is maybe more of a question than anything. My understanding is that with third-degree felonies, if there is force or threat of force against a person, standard bond is 5,000. So that is what I'd be asking in the felony
But you're talking about for the child abuse.
child abuse. I would be asking for what I believe to be standard F3 when there is force, 5,000. Standard on the controlled substance possession, I'm fine with standard 2,500.
Your Honor, based on the fact that the third degree felony child abuse case, it's an old case, Judge. So it's a 2023 case. I'm not even sure if my client realized that there was an open criminal case. He has been in contact with the Department of Children and Families. There is currently not an open DCF case against him. He has settled that case. With the new case, which is the F3 controlled substance possession, the cartridges that he purchased came from a smoke shop in Miami. He asked for Delta 9, which is completely legal. I'm not exactly sure, based on the four corners of the arrest affidavit, whether or not the police actually have probable cause to say that the THC oil that was allegedly in the cartridge was actually illegal. There can be THC oil in a cartridge and have it be completely legal within the state of Florida. There's nothing in the four corners that says that that particular THC oil was illegal. So I would argue that there is no probable cause. I was attempting to just, because my client can afford the standard bond of $5,000 total, but I would make the argument that there is no probable cause for the F25 case at all. And I would be asking for a $2,500 bond on the second case, which is the F23 case, child abuse or child neglect, sorry.
Your Honor, I've said my piece. It's up to your discretion.
Why?
They would ask at a minimum, it just reflect the $2,500 normal for the felony child abuse case. I don't have arguments really for the felony thing. I mean,
Listen, I'm not gonna find that there's no PC on the substance possession, but I'm gonna reduce the bond to $1,000. And, on the child abuse, I'm gonna do, 3,500. It's a slap on the back of the head is the allegation, so. And you're telling me there's a DCF investigation that is now completed, right?
The microphone is off, but I think she's saying yes.
Count one.
Yes, Judge, I am. Sorry.
Right?
Believe, well, it's two different cases, Your Honor, so it's not one count per, it's one count per case. So I don't know exactly how it's written on the form, but yeah, there's case number F25-14036, which is the,
Okay,
yeah,
what I'm saying is I put both of them on
No,
here.
Judge, each one has, each case has. its
Okay.
own form.
This is the controlled substance, $1,000. On the controlled substance. Where's the other? I don't have the, oh. Ah, there, yes, I read it. It gotta be there. I hate all these cliffs, it's just, all right. Did I say 3,500 or 3,000? I can't remember.
You said 3,500, Your Honor.
3,500 on the use. So $4,500 total.
Makes it say.
And there's a stay away order from NA. No criminal activity, no use of possession of illegal drugs or firearms, and you're to stay away from NA 500 feet. No direct or indirect contact.
Is that your talking to your mom?
Do we like start backwards? So now we're starting from this page going,
All the way back, Judge.
All the way back.
Correction ones, take them up.
okay. So next we have Nathaniel Martin.
We already did a Nathaniel Martin, Your Honor. That was a second degree murder.
Be on Mr. Gomez Contreras.
Yeah.
At the charges.
Where I just can't find him on this page. Where is
Who is that? Tell me.
Del Castillo? Elaine Del Castillo.
No, this is Richard Gomez Contreras, Judge, number 54, page
Right.
18.
Oh, it got stuck to that one. I'm sorry. I apologize. Too many clips.
And defense is requesting standard bond, Judge, on the three cases.
Gomez Contreras, he's got retail theft. I guess it's
And he has an immigration hold, Your Honor.
retail thefts does he have?
And with the assistance of the Spanish interpreter, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Bien, el señor Gómez Contreras tiene una detención de inmigración.
it's three, Your Honor. We'll get there.
We have one charge of retail theft at Sephora.
Tiene un cargo de robo de tiendas en Sephora.
B. I find probable cause on case number F25-14123.
Hallo que sí existe motivo fundado por el caso que es F25-14123.
11 June of 25, also Sephora.
El 11 de junio del 2025 también en Sephora.
I find PC on that, which is case F25-14121.
Hallo que ahí también existe motivo fundado. Ese es el caso F25-14121.
And there is case number F25-14120, which is also Sephora on June 12th.
Y está el caso F25-14120, el 12 de junio también en Sephora.
I find PC on all three cases, and standard bond is what is on
500.
F3. 2,500?
Yes, because it's a
Yes,
non.
Judge. Which case, Your Honor?
Hallo que existe motivo fundado por los tres cargos, fianza estándar es de $2,500.
141, what? 20 has 2 counts. Okay. Gonna do standard bond. And you say he's on a immigration hold?
Yes.
Dijeron que tiene detención de inmigración, sí.
So $2,500 on each count and F 14120.
$2,500 por cada uno de los cargos del caso F25-14120.
Stay away order, where is it? Okay. There's 3 stay away orders. You gotta stay away from that Sephora if you get out.
Si es que llega a salir, usted tiene que mantenerse alejado de ese Sephora. Tiene 3 órdenes de alejamiento.
Thank you very much, sir.
Ya es todo, señor. Gracias.
701 South Miami Avenue, Miami, Florida, to be exact.
Es la 701 South Miami Avenue.
Is there some reason why you put this one here now? To spell out of the.
That's the next one, Judge.
It is Frankie. Okay. Frank C. King Jr. Aggravated battery on a law enforcement officer, battery on a police officer, corrections officer, resisting with violence. I'm sorry. The second one, battery on police officers, 3 counts. Resisting officer with violence, 4 counts. Depriving an officer of means of protection, communication, 1 count.
Your Honor, forgive me. I'm trying to count if there is probable cause for each of the 3 and 4 counts for count 2 and 3 as listed. I don't believe so. I'm just seeing 1, Your Honor, where there's a bite mark alleged.
I have F1 battery aggravated law enforcement officer, 1 count. I have battery, police officer, corrections, firefighter, transit. There's 3 counts. Then there's an F3 resisting officer with violence to his person, 4 counts. And the last charge is depriving an officer of protection or communication, and that is 1 count. Is that what you have, State?
I believe so, yes, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, just I'm trying to find it in the narrative where there's probable cause for 3 counts of the battery of the police officer and 4 counts of resisting with violence. I see the probable cause for the F1 aggravated battery of the law enforcement officer. I don't see the 3 separate counts of battery of the transit officer or resisting with violence. Because even if we're looking at paragraph 5 on the second page of the arrest affidavit, that's just saying that he was actively resisting arrest. It doesn't say with violence, so that would be a misdemeanor resisting without violence. I'm seeing a bite to Officer Piquan.
If I may, Counselor, so in the second page of the narrative about the middle, et cetera, that he punched Officer Aponte in the face with a closed fist. I assume that's count 1. In the next paragraph, while on the ground, the defendant bit Officer Piquan on the hand. That's count 2. Officer Aponte managed to drive stun However, the defendant managed to take the taser and drive to an officer Fonte. That is count 3. Still reading, but
So he stunned, he did the stun on,
He actually stunned, okay.
that is to
get the taser and stun the officer.
yeah.
So I'm seeing 2 counts of battery on a law enforcement officer?
I'm not here to try the case, okay? I'm
No.
not try the case. I'm here to, based on this, do I have probable cause to hold him?
And Your Honor, I would argue that throwing lighter fluid would constitute violence within the meaning of the statute. So that I count 4 for the resisting with violence.
Okay, so Your Honor, we're just determining how much money in bond that Your Honor could set for Mr. King. So what I'm hearing, if the state is arguing that the lighter fluid is an unwanted touching, it wouldn't be resisting with violence, it would be a battery on a law enforcement officer. So I'm seeing 3 separate accounts where there would be probable cause for a battery of a law enforcement officer. I'm seeing probable cause for the first count of F1 aggravated battery. I'm not seeing any probable cause for number 3, which would be the 4 counts of the resisting officer with violence. I suppose if you were going to double charge the battery of the law enforcement officer with resisting with violence, you could find probable cause also for resisting with violence, but I would argue that that is duplicative, Judge, and we're just arguing both of those in order to make his bond, Mr. King's bond, more money than he can afford. For count number 4, I'm not arguing probable cause. And so I would just be asking for there to be standard bond for count 1, aggravated battery on a law enforcement officer. For number 2, the 3 counts of battery on a law enforcement officer. And for number 4, 1 count of depriving an officer of the means of communication.
You're saying just throw number 3 out, resisting with violence.
That's correct, Judge. And that's 4 counts, which I think they're all 3rd-degree felonies. It would be $2,500 each. So that'd be $10,000 total. But they're duplicative with number 2.
What would be the bond for the 3 counts of battery on a police officer and the battery and aggravated law enforcement on an aggravated battery law enforcement officer? What would be the bonds for that?
For the F1, I mean, it's either, I'm not, at
What's
this
on
time,
the F1? Is it
it's 15.
50,000?
1.5
1.5.
is standard for an
Okay.
F1. There is grounds to file a motion for pretrial detention. I'm holding off on that at this time. But standard is 15 for an F1 felony. For the F3, all the rest of these are F3s. The battery on police officers and the resisting with violence, because those are F3s with force, standard would be 5,000 each. And then for the F3 depriving officer of means of communication, I'm taking that to mean no
Hold on,
force.
let me
Now we
stop.
Okay.
You're getting confused, okay? F1, say
Standard
it's 15,000.
15 standard. Yeah.
Okay. F2, number 2, which is F3 battery on a police officer, corrections officer, 3 counts. You're saying that's 5,000 each.
Is the standard.
Then number 4, resisting with violence, 4 times is each, how much each?
5,000 each.
Oh,
So that's,
no, count 5 through 9 is, no, count 5 through, 9 is 25.
No, they're resisting with violence. So it's a felony with force standard.
Yeah, they already.
2,500.
Each one.
Okay.
For each one of the violence with violence, yeah, 2,500 with violence.
All right.
15, 5, 5, 5. So what would be the total? Somebody do the math for me.
Yes.
Hold on. If I was gonna do standard bond on all of them, I may alter that. Okay, this one. Ms. Delancey is really arguing about the F3 resisting officer with violence to its person, all 4 of those counts, correct, Ms. Delancey?
That's correct, Judge.
So, this would be 15, 3 times 5, right?
Your Honor, in total, and I know we're making PC argument, it would be
No, no, no,
42.5 standard bond for everything.
No. Here, I got it. Show that to me again. Okay. 5,000. Count 2, 5,000. Count 3, 5,000. Count 4. 15,000. Count 1. The resisting with violence. I'm going to do 1,000 on each of those. I think it's like duplicative almost is what.
It is, Judge.
And then 2,500 for the taking the stun gun. So, ma'am, I know you're here on this case. I know you say you have video and all that stuff.
Mother, I was there, Your Honor. The officers really, I'm calling Channel 10, so you calling the news media. On 4th of July night, in our yard, everything that they stated, and I know y'all the officer of the law, but they're not.
Well, I mean, let me just say, I
understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. You just hear.
it's going to go to the next judge, and that judge may alter all of these, but and very likely may do that in this case. But it sounds like, and I'm not making any judgments here, but it sounds like Mr. King was under a lot of he was in an altered state in some way, and so hopefully that will be taken into account. I mean, I'm just concerned about just letting him out. So, and the state was thinking of filing what's known as pretrial detention, which means like no way to get out. So I'm giving him a bond. Whether he can be bonded out or not, we'll see. Okay, thank you.
I was saying it. I'm taking this.
There's no stay away order here, right?
No, it's all.
Okay, well, I understand. From the officer.
Because one of the officers there despises my water. So we have everything, but it's up to you.
Okay, all right.
They call Channel 10 News and they access the facts, everything. So I'm getting annoyed.
Well, maybe Channel 10's not on right now, but. All right, thank you, ma'am, and good luck to you, Mr. King, and to you, ma'am.
He like doesn't have like families here. Ours aren't great, you know, but like his family.
He's in custody. All right, Mr. Del Castillo.
You want to step in?
Standard bond, like.
You refused, Your Honor. We could reset for tomorrow.
Do I get a stay away order, or is it no contact, no harmful contact order? I mean, is Mr. Del Castillo there?
Your Honor, he refused. If we could reset for tomorrow.
They're both. So to put on that, because that one was
So
started.
where do I put that now? Down here, right? Refuse.
Halfway through. Yeah. It's not everyone's just trying to keep it.
Okay.
What happened? First time?
7-7. So hold on, let me wipe that out.
Yes.
More added charges. Petty theft, Mr. Gonzalo Escudero.
Refused, Your Honor. If we could reset for tomorrow.
Music to my ears. Mindy can take care of it. She's out. Oh, she's on vacation? Oh. Who's doing Dello? He loves it. He almost had Lodi Jean today. I don't know if you, but she had switched with me, and then I switched back with her. I said, so. She's very tired. She's now the new admin judge. dear friend. I could say I love Lodi Jean. My wife doesn't get too upset even if I say it. How about Curtis Ryan? Is he there?
Your Honor, he refused. I'll waive his presence. No PC argument, requesting standard bond.
Waive his presence, standard bond for battery is 5,000. Okay. All these people beating each other up in jail. It's like, we got it. Wait, how about Mr. or Audrey Roberts? Audrey Roberts.
Mr. Roberts refused, Judge, if you could reset for tomorrow.
Okay. Oh, these guys must have had a melee or something. How about Alexander Paulino?
Mr. Polino refused, Your Honor, if we could reset for tomorrow. I'm good. Thank you.
He's got two. Yeah, Paulino, I guess he's got two, right? Yeah. Refuse.
No, that's one more.
Alvaro Prendez.
Yes, Judge.
Where are we in here? Let's find him.
Ron, I have him out on probation on F 23-19101.
Okay.
What page are we on?
We're on actually page 3 now. Alvaro Prendez.
Defense is requesting standard bond, Judge.
Driving while license suspended. He's on a felony bond.
Delancey, I don't have that case number. Can you repeat?
It's F25-13972. Alvaro Prendez on page 3.
4, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So he's a habitual offender, F3. So what's standard for habitual?
2,500, Judge.
500.
$2,500. The whole, correct?
Prendez, you're done, right? Prendez?
He said yes, Judge. That's him.
Yeah, $2,500 standard bond. Now we have John Cruz. Cases.
All right, Your Honor, going back on Mr. Pendis, did you place the hold for him?
Yes. Did I need this? Felony hold. You have the number there, right?
Yes.
Hey, Mr. Kurt Cruz as strong arm robbery with an aggravated battery, and then
Not that long.
1414127, and then case F25 14126, strong arm robbery. Let's deal with 26 first, since numerically it's the definitely PC for the battery. 14126.
Your Honor, the defense has no objection to standard bond for both counts.
Your Honor, Catherine Bolt for the state, the standard bond is, I believe, 7,500.
Yeah, this is pretty violent. Standard bond on case 14126, $7,500. Let me read.
The judge,
That's what you said standard bond was.
On-
Aggravated.
On
14126,
Yes.
robbery, strong arm.
Second-degree felony, Your Honor. The standard bond is 7,500.
Now, the second one is aggravated battery, allegedly.
I did mess up.
Standard bond on 14127, which is
Your Honor, for a first-degree felony, it's $15,000.
15,000. Very violent.
I apologize, Your Honor. I do have a stay-away order for 126.
Okay, for 126, there's a stay away order from a particular person, DJ. And you are to stay away from that person, not be within 500 feet of them. You understand that, sir? Gone. No, I mean, he's not there, so, but I'm issuing the order anyway.
Nancy, can you get it back? No?
I can't.
No, they took him back since he walked out.
All right. All right. How about Tarvarese Brown?
Your Honor, Mr. Brown has a writ of bodily attachment for the amount of 1,500 cash purge.
Your Honor, defense will be requesting pretrial services on the driving while license suspended case, given the fact that he does have the the writ of bodily attachment for child support, I believe. I'd be asking for pretrial services so he can pay all of the money towards the writ of bodily attachment in order to get released. And the address that's written on the arrest form is his permanent address, Judge.
PTS, alternate bond, 2,500.
Yeah, so it's a third-degree felony, no force, 25.
Yes, down here, right?
Okay.
Okay.
500.
So you're gonna check 500 for all the bond.
Okay. Okay.
Reginald Pierce.
And Your Honor, based on the four corners of Mr. Pierce's arrest form, there is no allegation of great bodily harm. There is probable cause for a battery on an elderly person, but not for a life felony aggravated battery causing great bodily harm on an elderly person. And I'm seeing probable cause for an F3 petty theft, not an F2 retail theft with a prior conviction. The defense will be requesting a standard bond of, stop. The defense will be requesting a standard bond of $2,500 for an F3 battery on an elderly and of $2,500 for a third-degree felony petty theft for a total of $5,000.
All right, state, what's your response?
Your Honor, the state is requesting a motion for pretrial detention, given the facts of the case. The defendant hit an elderly person with their car. That is,
You have a motion?
yes.
Your Honor, there is no probable cause that the defendant actually hit this person with their car. If we're looking at the fourth paragraph on page 2, it says the store employee, victim, elderly, 74 years old, stood in front of the defendant's gold-colored SUV. Defendant accelerated, causing the elderly victim to be pushed to the ground. It doesn't even say that the car actually hit the alleged victim, Judge. So there is no probable cause of aggravated battery on an elderly person with a deadly weapon.
Stood in front of the car and he accelerated. How did he get pushed to the ground? The air? I mean, I think there's sufficient probable cause in this case for trying to strike striking an elderly victim with the car.
Just based on the four corners of the arrest affidavit, judges does not say that. The officer could have written it differently if that's what happened, but it's just written very interestingly that it just.
For the Pat Last case?
They do that. There is cleaning it.
Considering all his priors and the allegations in the arrest affidavit, I'm going to grant the motion for pretrial detention.
Still put it in, yeah.
Your Honor, the state also has a stay away order.
A what?
A stay away order for the location.
Oh, well, he's gonna be held no bond. Oh, you're talking about from the, okay, location. Hold on a second. So there's a stay away order from the Miami Music Works. If you are subsequently released after an Arthur hearing, you have to stay away from 10090 Northwest 80th Court. Thank you.
No bond on both counts, Your Honor.
No bond, both counts. Yeah, sorry.
Count two is a bond. I mean, count.
He had,
Count one is 7,500.
okay. Okay, count one is 7,500. Count two is no bond.
Your Honor, the person who's next is Niall Richardson. He refused, asking for a reset tomorrow.
Is who? Niall Richardson?
Yes, Judge.
You. Eddie David Martinez. Hold his name out. That's all you need. Burglary, tools, possession, petty theft, attempt. 1345 West Avenue, Miami Beach.
Your Honor, defense will be requesting standard bond on the third degree felony, $2,500. Are we addressing the M2 petty theft as well, or was that addressed on the misdemeanor calendar?
What's the standard bond for the burglary?
25.
5,000.
It would be 2,500. It's burglary tools, Judge. 2,500 for the third degree felony.
But is the possession, what is the possession? Hold on, let me look.
I know.
Well, I mean, it's possession of burglary tools, right? And then attempted petty theft. Okay, what is the standard bond for burglary tool possession?
I have 5,000.
5,000.
Your Honor, I believe it's 2,500 since the new change. It's not a crime of violence in and of itself. It's possession of burglary tools.
Relate to that.
All right, you're looking at the chart that says for persons not covered, arrested for a third degree felony that does not involve any force or threat of force is 2,500. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Judge.
I think she's right. I think it's 2,500. I'm gonna grant $2,500, count one. What's count two? 150?
$150. Yes, Judge.
Yeah, it's an attempt. I guess an attempt it is. All right.
Your Honor, the state also has a stay away order.
Stay away order from that location. From Renee Castillo, you understand that?
Say it again.
Yes, sir, I understand.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Doyle. Battery. And find probable cause for all counts. Four corners of the arrest affidavit. And what are the bonds? Are you here for this case? You're the victim?
My life, yes.
Okay. What are the yeah, raise your right hand.
My friend says when you about to get me.
Yeah.
Okay, what is your recommendation on the first count?
On the first count, Your Honor, the state is asking for 5,000.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're actually gonna ask for an elevated bond of 7,500.
Your Honor, the defense would be requesting $5,000, given the fact that he has so many other counts as well. 5,000 on top of everything else is enough to ensure that he have to pay a commensurate amount in order to make sure that he stay away from the alleged victim and come back to court.
Mr. Lancey, battery with strangulation. I'm doing $5,000 on count one. It's $2,500 on count two. Domestic violence, I'm just gonna do $2,500 on count three. The other ones are 150, 150, and 500. And most important of all, Mr. Doyle, a stay away order from CM, who is here in front of the court, and you are to stay away from her 500 feet, no direct or indirect contact.
At the same job.
You do? Well, that's his business.
Can I have a copy of that paper so I can give it to my job, please?
Well, you're not engaged in any criminal activity, drugs, or possess any firearms. You understand all that, Mr. Doyle?
You understand that you can't possess any firearms. Speaking to the mic. Did you hear that, Judge? He said yes.
Okay, great. Pedro Albarrán.
With the assistance of the Spanish interpreter, please, Judge.
I remember this case from the morning. Well, his co-defendant had a misdemeanor. but this gentleman was charged with a felony.
Do we have the Spanish?
Recuerda este caso desde de la mañana, el coacusado tiene un delito mayor.
And also domestic violence.
También violencia doméstica.
Yes, Your Honor. For the charge of aggravated battery, the state is requesting 7,500.
Por el cargo de agresión física con agravantes, se solicita fianza de 7,500.
For the domestic violence, we're requesting 1,000.
Y por el cargo de agresión física, violencia doméstica, pedimos $1,000 de fianza.
No objection, Your Honor.
Sin objeción.
7,500 count one, 1,000 count two. Do we have a stay away order in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Entonces es fianza de $7,500 por el primer cargo, $1,000 por el segundo y hay una orden de alejamiento.
And you are to stay away from the person, the victim, DE, and not engage any criminal activity, possess any illegal drugs, purchase or possess any firearms. You're to stay 500 feet away from DE. Do you understand that?
Señor, usted tiene que mantenerse alejado de la persona que tiene iniciales DE, no puede involucrarse en ningún tipo de actividad delictiva, no puede usar o poseer drogas ilícitas y no puede usar o comprar armas de fuego. Tiene que mantenerse a una distancia de al menos 500 pies de esa persona que tiene las iniciales DE. ¿Entendió eso, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, this person has two cases. Okay, we're gonna take a break. I have to go downstairs for the juvenile court. And I will be back momentarily. How many cases do we have, do you know? UV book. It's painful, you know what I mean? For what? Are you guys on duty?
Oh, is it BV? They don't select Marcy. All of them.
An issue because we always.
Because have to put them in envelopes, the ones who select one.
Is that gonna be a big issue? We've already done.
Well, I'm telling you guys for the ones coming up. So we're doing it now.
Okay.
Not yet. No, I know. One of y'all got to. And I'm looking to see if I see that, but yeah.
But we should down. Look at it. Oh.
I'm always the person in the office. So I can get job.
Barbara calendar. Okay. And,
On this side.
No, that's all. How many cases do we have for juvenile? Do you all know?
You probably cut it off and.
I don't know if they have anybody.
Text me how many.
Don't forget to pass on the form.
I'm gonna tell you to print that order out, but I see you left your phone.
Yeah. My phone?
You can send it to you.
Why don't you just send it to my work email? Virgo@miamidade.gov.
Oh, why you opening it? My case for juvenile.
Oh, Juliet?
No.
Like a juvenile?
F2. I'll tell Miss K. Can you speed them up? I will let Miss K do that.
Okay.
Oh, they should have put plus house arrest.
They don't know.
No, they know, you supposed to, if you're,
If you see her telling you, she's
she's afraid of her life, you post the plus bond, plus house arrest so that they can know about her or he was around her.
Child, please.
So they work at. Say he have a gun. Gotta do is kill himself, kill her, boom, that's it. Yeah. Huh? What if they need to leave them? Two. So that's why they stay.
All right. They're gonna say, what's on here, and they're gonna pull that.
Not declared.
Say the term.
I was wondering if she.
I don't, they don't.
Which job? So how y'all getting over there? They give y'all transport?
They are.
Yeah, no.
No, I thought this and Nathan was gonna drop you off and pick you up.
I don't know about that. I'm sure they got more than one van. They better.
Refuse.
You wanna take it?
Good, out there?
Want me to do it? I don't mind. I'm taking them.
Didn't have my.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, yeah, that's why the forward.
Yeah, I just looked it up online.
Oh.
I'm
Don't worry about
not
it
even
then.
100% sure if it's still accurate, but I looked up. Bonds.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect, thanks.
Ready to go.
Corrections? Ricky Curry?
We're ready.
Curry, yeah.
Question, what happened? You wanna go first?
Bless you.
So this is F3 because of prior convictions, is that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. So for the F2514157 case, the defense does not have a probable cause argument. I'd be asking for
What's the standard bond in the?
2,500.
2,500. I'd be asking for standard bond, Judge. As for the F2514156 case, there is no probable cause for a strong arm robbery. For a strong arm robbery, there has to be some type of force that is used. Based on the four corners of the arrest affidavit, there was no force that was used, Judge. So this is just, there's just probable cause for a petty theft. I would also be asking for a standard bond of 2,500.
The way after you.
What's the charge?
It's
Robbery.
Robert.
All right, what is your argument that there's no force?
Correct, Judge. For a strong arm robbery, there has to be some type of physical touching that occurs based on the statute. There was no physical touching that occurred.
Read me the statute, state.
Would you like the statute or the jury instructions?
Excuse me?
Statute or jury instructions? I've had some judges prefer the jury instructions.
Either, yeah, jury instruction is fine.
Okay.
Usually follows the statute.
Oh, right. It's proved defendant took money or property described from person or custody of person alleged. Plus violent assault or putting in fear is used in the course of taking. Property was taken and property was of some value.
So putting in fear, you're saying because he yelled at them and told her, if you don't get out of the way, you're gonna get hurt. That's
Your Honor.
sufficient under the statute.
Yes, Your Honor.
What's your argument, Ms. Delancey?
Your Honor, based on the statute, it doesn't state putting in fear based on the statute. If you're reading the jury instructions, I'm going to pull them up right now. If you give me 1 second. Based on the four corners, Judge, I don't have an argument to combat putting in fear.
Okay. What's the standard for count one? I mean, for the first one, strong arm.
5,000, Judge.
5,000?
Yes.
Excuse me?
75.
75. All right, I'll reduce it to 5,000 on the strong arm. And I already did the 25 on the other one, so. But Mr. Curry, you've got several stay away orders. Amy Bonilla. J.C. Penney at 20505 South Dixie Highway. Walmart at 21151 South Dixie Highway. You are to stay away from Amy Bonilla, no contact whatsoever. You understand that, sir?
Yes,
And
sir.
you are not, if you go to these other locations, the J.C. Penney or the Walmart, you will be trespassing. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. We got driver license permanently revoked. This is Jamar Stanbury.
Your Honor, the state is just requesting standard bond.
Excuse me?
The state is just requesting standard bond,
Standard bond, which is?
2,500.
No objection to standard bond, Your Honor.
Standard bond, 2,500. Jorge Pau Figueroa. Added charge, battery by detainee.
He refused, Your Honor.
He refused.
He's right here, Judge. Figueroa?
No.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, it didn't look like him. That's somebody else. So Powell refused.
Your Honor.
Reset. 7-7. So next person is Jorge Eduardo. Oh, is that the same guy? Wait, hold on.
No, this is Mr. DeSantos, Edward DeSantos, Judge.
Is that who that is there?
Edward DeSantos? Yes, Judge.
Santos. Oh, okay. Figueroa is like refused everything. Okay, all right. DeSantos, battery, aggravated battery on a law enforcement officer, resisting with violence.
And Your Honor, based on the four corners of the arrest affidavit, I see maybe probable cause for a battery on a law enforcement officer, which would be an F3. I don't see the aggravated battery probable cause, Judge.
Let me read it. Highlander Park. State?
Your Honor, the state is requesting a bond of 15,000.
15,000?
Yes, Your Honor.
Standard bond on a battery on a law enforcement officer, Judge, is $5,000. I would be requesting $5,000 on count one and the standard bond of 2,500 on count two. And considering the fact that Mr. DeSantos is not a convicted felon, he has a withhold to a misdemeanor from 1994. That's all I'm seeing. I would be asking for a total of a $7,500 bond with pretrial services in the alternative.
Your Honor, aggravated battery of an LEO is a first-degree felony, which requires 15,000.
There is no probable cause for an aggravated battery on a law enforcement officer, Judge. There's just probable cause for a third-degree felony battery on a law enforcement officer for grabbing his collar.
Aggravated battery versus a regular battery, state?
Your Honor, he used both hands to take the officer to the ground from his collar. I would say that the manner that he used is aggravated, not just regular battery.
Aggravated battery requires a deadly weapon or great bodily harm, Judge. There was no deadly weapon alleged. There is no great bodily harm that's alleged. It's a battery for an unwanted touching of a law enforcement officer. That's the only probable cause that's on the four corners of the arrest affidavit.
So you're saying 5,000 and 2,500,
Yes, Judge.
and you're saying 15,000? I'm gonna go 5,000 and 2,500. I think it's a little,
$750, okay?
I would, anyway, that's what I'm doing. 5,000, 2,500. All right, now we have Kwame Williamson. Cannabis possession more than 20 grams. Cannabis in 1,000 feet of a school. Open carry of a weapon.
Okay, Judge, I would just like to first note that Mr. Williamson has no prior arrests. He is 32 years old. He's not a convicted felon. He has no prior arrests. It is not illegal for somebody to conceal carry a firearm. It is also not illegal for somebody to smoke marijuana if they have a card in order to smoke marijuana. Nothing on the four corners of this arrest affidavit indicates that Mr. Williamson does not have a card. He was stopped by the police because they're stating that they saw that he was smoking a marijuana cigarette. They're saying that he was open carrying the firearm, but they only saw the firearm once they told him to stop, and he did stop when they told him to stop. But it seems like the firearm was in his waistband. They state that he wasn't properly carrying it, but they don't indicate why he wasn't properly carrying it. He doesn't need a license in order to conceal carry a firearm. He just needs to be over 21 and have a driver's license on him, which there's no indication that he didn't. I'm asking, Your Honor, that you OR for no probable cause for any offense, Judge.
Well, I mean, isn't that I have a card a defense? It's not, the
Yes,
officer doesn't have to say he didn't have a card, so.
yes, Your Honor. The smell of marijuana is probable cause to
And,
stop.
yeah, in public, it's, I'm not sure that you could smoke it in public in any event, but in any event.
So, Your Honor, the smell of marijuana is probable cause to search a car. He was not in a car. So that's why it's a little different. The case law does say that you can search a vehicle if there's a smell of marijuana. They're stopping him because there's a
Marijuana, Mr. Lancer, they stopped him because he was smoking a joint in their presence. It's not because of the smell. They just smelled the marijuana when they went up to him and observed him. Anyway, I find PC for the actually smoking marijuana. The question about open carry, from the description, as officer approached, they observed in plain view the grip of a firearm protruding from the waistband. So I think that is an open carry. There are cases, and I've done a lot of open carry cases. There are cases where a person, when they pull their shirt open, the officer saw it. In this case, they saw it without having to have him pull his shirt open. So I find PC for the open carry. Now, what about all these other, okay, where does it say that it was near the school? Or do we just have to go look at the address and say that it was near a school? How do we do
It was
that?
across the street from a park, Your Honor.
Excuse me?
It was across the street from a park.
Which park?
Lummis Park?
Pronounced Loomis, Judge.
Where does he say that?
It says, after he discusses the open carry, it is worth noting that approximately 100 feet away across from Ocean Drive is Miami Beach Lummis Park, which at the time was open to the public and heavily populated.
Okay. So I find PC for that. And, he had more than 20 grams of marijuana? Is that what it says?
Yeah.
So I find PC for all the counts. Now,
Your
let's-
Honor, something you can also take into consideration though, Judge, is a possible suppression motion.
consideration what you said. He's 32 years old. He has no priors. I'm going to take that into consideration.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. So what are the standards?
For the possession of more than 20 grams, the standard bond is 2,500. For the first degree felony of carrying cannabis less than 1,000 feet from a school or park, the standard is 15,000. For open carry, it's 150, and for the fourth charge, it is also 150 for smoking in public.
Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm doing 2,500 for the first count. And even though it was near a park, I'm doing 2,500 for that. For the open carry, what is it?
150.
Excuse me?
150.
500
150.
for open carry?
Yes.
Okay, 150. And then the smoking marijuana, is there any difference between that? What, I'm gonna do $1 bond on that. So 2,500, 2,500, 150, and $1.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. We're not getting anywhere near the bottom here. Okay. Christian Rubio Cortez. Domestic battery strangulation.
Your Honor, the state has a stay away order.
Excuse me? Stay away order in this case. So they're from out of town.
Yes, Judge, both the alleged victim and Mr. Rubio Cortez were here for Mr. Rubio Cortez's birthday. They both had plans to go back together today.
So is the victim back in North Carolina now? Alleged victim?
I don't know, Judge. They were supposed to leave together today.
I think.
Okay, what
They
is-
drove from North Carolina here together, Judge. So it wasn't an airplane ticket.
So they're gonna have to drive back together, but I'm gonna do a stay away order, so it's gonna be difficult for them to drive back together.
The standard bond is $5,000, but given that the defendant lives out of state and the severity of the charges, we would request an elevated bond of 7,500.
Your Honor, that there isn't going to be a bondsman who likely will be willing to do the 10%. So it's likely that he's going to have to pay out of pocket the full expense of the bond. $5,000 is more than enough. It wouldn't be 10%, meaning 500, it would be 5,000.
$5,000 bond. And I'm doing a stay away order, sir. I don't know how that's gonna work with you and, AW Alexandria White. I don't know how that's gonna work, but you cannot engage in any criminal activity, possess any illegal drugs, possess or purchase any firearms, and you have to stay away 500 feet. No direct or indirect contact with Alexandria White.
Yes, sir.
That's gonna work with, driving back to North Carolina, but, and because you're from out of state, you need to stay in contact with your counsel there. All right. Reynaldo Reyes Yanes.
With the assistance of the Spanish interpreter, Your Honor, and I waive reading of the charges.
What is the bond here?
¿Cuál
Is
es la fianza?
Yes, Your Honor, we're asking for pretrial detention.
Okay.
La fiscalía está solicitando detención previa al juicio.
You're asking for pretrial detention?
La fiscalía está solicitando detención previa al juicio.
What is the bond? What is there? Is it no bond? Is it a no bond?
No, Judge, I believe the standard bond on it would be 7,500.
Well,
La abogada de la defensa dice que cree que la fianza estándar sería de 7,500.
10,000, Judge.
Perdón, 10,000.
Previous molestation of a child cannot be $7,500.
no, Your Honor, first degree felony is 15,000.
Delito mayor del primer grado sería 15,000.
I'll grant the motion.
Voy a conceder la moción de la fiscalía.
And you are to stay away if you, hold on, let me. No bond on here. Ms. Lopez, you need to stay away if you ever are out subsequently. You need to stay away from Jocelyn Deras Lopez. Is it Jocelyn that it's the,
Jocelyn is the mother. We do not have the information for the child.
yeah, we don't have one for the child or?
It was not-
So we don't have that information at this time.
Okay, well, you're to stay away from Jocelyn Deras Lopez. Presumably that will keep him away from the child also, you hope.
Si usted llega a salir o en cualquier momento, usted tiene que mantenerse alejado de Jocelyn Deras López.
Well, I'll just,
One for the incident.
what's, do we know the victim's name? Or can we
¿Sabemos el nombre de la víctima?
openly?
No, we can't. It's a minor.
You're away, you're to stay away from that minor that's related to Jocelyn Lopez. How's that?
Usted tiene que mantenerse alejado de la menor que es familia de Jocelyn López.
All right.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what was the bond amount?
No bond. It's a pretrial detention.
Queda sin fianza porque tiene detención previa al juicio.
Philadelphia has this guy on probation. Cabrera Santana.
He's out on probation, and Your Honor, he also has a hold for immigration.
Your Honor, defense would be requesting a dollar bond. I would be requesting an ROR. Spanish or English? Okay, the defense would be requesting an ROR for no probable cause, but since there is an immigration hold, I'm asking for a dollar bond. The four corners of the arrest affidavit allege that there's a vehicle that Mr. Cabrera Santana was seen going in and out of, and at some point a police officer saw cocaine in plain view in that vehicle. There's nothing that indicates that that cocaine belonged to Mr. Cabrera Santana or that Mr. Cabrera Santana ever possessed it. So they'd be asking for a dollar bond.
There's also cannabis possession. And that is.
I don't even know if I saw that, Judge.
Probation. So.
They were both together, Judge.
Go ahead. Bolt.
Your Honor, the officer says he saw the clear baggie with the cocaine, a white substance believed to be cocaine in clear view on top of the dashboard.
Well, he said he saw him stepping in and out of this vehicle.
There's no indication that he touched the baggies, that he ever had any control over the baggies, that they were his at all, Judge.
Baggie of suspected cocaine on the front, and he doesn't think to do anything.
I'm not gonna do ROR, but I will do a reduced bond. What's the bond, the standard bond for each count?
For the cocaine possession, the standard is 2,500. For the cannabis, it's 150.
All right, I'm gonna do 1,000 on the first one and 150 on count 2. And there's an immigration hold, right?
Yes.
And a violation of probation hold also. I can do that, right? Probation hold also. All right.
Good on.
This is Mr. Adiotti? Okay. Based on the four corners of the arrest affidavit, Judge, there is no probable cause for the F1 grand theft in the first degree. That requires a value of over $100,000. There seems to be a value of $3,700, which would make it a third degree felony. Given the fact that Mr. Adiotti has no priors, the defense would be requesting pretrial services with $2,500 bond in the alternative.
The total was $3,619 according to the four corners of the arrest affidavit.
Your
I
Honor,
mean, if he's PTS eligible, I'll send him PTS, but yeah, he's eligible for PTS. I'll send him PTS. What is the bond for F1?
the bond for an F1 is 15,000.
Your Honor, there is no probable cause for an F1, and F1 requires over $100,000 stolen. Here it's under 5,000, so there's only probable cause for an F3, which is a $2,500 bond, and I would be asking that to be the alternative bond.
The transactions that he had were 3,600, but it says that he scanned the lesser price. So it's not the actual.
Your Honor, the only amount that is alleged, which is necessary, is under $5,000.
$5,000 bond. Yes. No priors. Is there a stay away order from this location?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you're to stay away from BJ's 17250 Northwest 57th Avenue. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
We have here Jose Torres Ramos. So he was picked up on a bench warrant at a hospital. Is that what's going on here? Not following this. Okay. Is this somebody that we did a DWLS on prior to this, or because there's a DWLS mentioned here?
Yes, you gave him a bond of 1,000.
Did a bond of 1,000? Okay. State, what is it, your position on this case?
Your Honor,
What's the standard
the
bond?
standard bond for all three charges is $2,500.
2,500?
I'm sorry, for possession of 0 to 20 grams, it's $500. And the other two are $2,500.
I'm doing $2,500 each count.
Count 4, Judge?
2,500 each count.
Count 4 is the cannabis possession misdemeanor, Judge.
Or what
I
is
think the
that?
standard is 500.
500, I'm sorry. 500 on the last one, yeah. Right. Oh, what? We did, okay, we started with Juan Dobbs, number 24. Did him. Now we have Kenny Solares.
Your Honor, Mr. Solares does have an address. He is not a convicted felon based on his priors, and the allegations are nonviolent. The defense will be requesting pretrial services. He does have an address that I can provide to the court if you would like.
Eligible, Petron? What's the address?
Tell him your address. Come here.
Yes, Your Honor. The address is 4230 West 18th Court, Hialeah, Florida 33012.
All right, PTS. What are the standard bonds in these two counts? $2,500 and $500. Okay. And PTS. All right, sir. Thank you. Get out today. It's alternate, right? Alternate. It's alternate bonds, obviously.
Oh. Stand here, face that way.
Mr. Henrik Cardenas.
Yes.
2 counts of neglect, found neglect with no great bodily harm. Okay, State, what's your position on this? He left a couple of kids alone, apparently. 3 and 5.
Your Honor, the state is requesting $2,500 on each count. We also have stay away orders for the children.
$2,500 on each count.
Your Honor, based on the 4 corners of the arrest affidavit and based on what Mr. Cardenas is telling me, I'm not even sure what the relationship between these 2 children and Mr. Cardenas
There's no
is.
relationship.
So,
Well, he admitted under the 4 corners that he was told to watch the children and then he left them. He said it. I mean, so that's what the officer put down on the affidavit, so.
it says he has supervision over them, Judge. Okay, I understand where there's PC, Judge. I would be asking for a total bond of 2,500. I don't think he can afford even 2,500, Judge. But just based on the priors and based on even the way that this arrest form is written, I'd be asking for a total of 25.
And I'll do $1 on count 2, but the stay away order is really what's important here.
I apologize, Your Honor. What was the amount for count 1?
$2,500 count 1, $1 on count 2. And Mr. Cardenas, I don't know what the relationship is with these kids. They were left in your watch, okay? And so you can't see them again. You understand that? You have to stay away from Elaine Samuel and Dolan Lazaro. You cannot see them. You understand that?
Yes, sir. So I don't have no relationship with the children. The mother actually left them overnight while she left the house where I gave her an opportunity to stay. When I woke up in the morning, she was not in the house. And
I don't care what the mother tells you. If she says, watch my kids, you say, no, I can't watch these kids.
So that never happened. She just left the house in the middle of the night. And when I woke up in the morning, she was not there. And there was the kids crying. And so I took the kids where they always be at the next corner with the family members. I took the kids there. My stomach, I've been there 3 hours sitting with the kids. My stomach was griping me. So I went to the house because I just lived 2 houses down. I went to the house to use the bathroom. And when I came back, they told me that they have given the kids to the family because the family had came. So I wanted to clear my name, so I still called the police department, though the kids was given already to their family. So I called the police department to explain that, to make sure I have no responsibility for the kids, because she did not say, here, can you hold my kids to me? She just left in the middle of the night and she didn't come back. I called her all morning. She did not answer. And so I made sure to try to do the right thing. I called the police department.
Sounds like you may have a good defense in your case, but there is probable cause on the four corners of the arrest affidavit. So all I'm telling you is you need to stay away. I don't care what the relationship is, just don't see them, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, next.
Thank you.
Douglas Carius, Judge, I'm hearing that he's Ward D, reset for tomorrow.
Who's this? Carius?
No, he's Ward D, Judge. He's in the hospital, essentially. Reset for tomorrow.
Where is he? I mean, on my list here. Next
He's
case.
Douglas Carius. Douglas Carius is Ward D, asking for a reset to tomorrow. This is Carlos Santiago? Yes.
Didn't hear the name, okay? So reset for tomorrow. Ward D.
Yeah.
Okay. Ward D, reset for tomorrow.
And then this is Mr. Carlos Santiago, Judge. The defense has no objection to standard bond.
Okay. Which is state
2,500.
2,500?
Yes, Judge.
Standard bond for Mr. Santiago.
Your Honor, are we on Mr. Jason McWilliams?
Excuse me?
Are we on Mr. Jason McWilliams, Judge?
I'm reading it, yep.
Okay, based on the four corners of the arrest affidavit, Judge, it says that Mr. McWilliams relinquished his residency. If he was living there and he just left one night and then came back the next day, that doesn't mean that he relinquished his residency because he left one night. So I would be asking for a finding of no probable cause for a burglary with a battery or assault because he was in a place that he rightfully could have been in. Criminal mischief, okay. A misdemeanor battery, okay. But the burglary aspect, there is no probable cause, and there is no probable cause for the punishable by life offense.
State?
Your Honor, the statute for burglary just requires the entering or remaining in a dwelling, structure, conveyance with the intent to commit an offense therein. The defendant was not licensed or invited to enter or remain there at the time that he was trying to enter.
Yeah, it's a very violent entry to a place where he said he should have been or could have been.
He was legally allowed to be there, Judge. I believe that hold on one second.
Even if you're allowed to be someplace, you don't break down the door and start punching the person in there allegedly, okay?
Well, sure, Judge, and then we can talk about a battery, we can talk about criminal mischief, we can talk about a lot of different offenses that are not a burglary with a battery. The burglary aspect, there is no probable cause if he legally could be where he was.
Your Honor, with respect, the defendant was not on the lease. He may have been living there on and off, but he was not on the lease, and his ability to be there was withdrawn from the victim, and we do have the officer on Zoom. If you'd like to hear from him.
Excuse me?
We have the officer on Zoom, the arresting officer.
I would like to hear from the officer, Judge.
Officer Turner,
I don't see him. Do I have to let him in? If I can find him.
Video, can you let the officer in?
You got it. Oh, there he is. Okay. Officer Turner. He doesn't mute.
Hello, good afternoon, Your Honor. Could you hear me?
I can hear you. I need to see you. Can I see you? You need to swear you in.
Yes, sir. Can we see?
Right hand. Do you swear in front of testimony about to give me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Say I do.
I don't see him.
Oh, you don't see him?
There he is. Okay, raise your right hand. Officer.
Do you swear in front of the testimony about to give me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Say I do.
I do.
What is it you want to ask him? Well, Officer Turner, in the four corners of the affidavit, you say that he kicked the door in, and so the argument is that he had a right to be in that place. And do you have any evidence with regard to that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that again, Your Honor? You were breaking in. It's this signal, I'm sorry. You asked if I have any evidence.
Kicked the door down allegedly. That's the allegation in the four corners. And the argument is, well, he could have been there because he lived there off and on. And so it's not a burglary because he kicked the door down.
So according to the victim, they have been dating for 6 months. They've been living together at their residence for approximately 2 months. And during that time period, the victim did state that the defendant was without a job and he was in and out of the apartment complex, but he had never had a key to get inside the residence. So she stated that whenever he made entry to the residence, it was when she was there. So she said that he does not have a key. And then at that point in time, when they had that argument at night, he responded earlier at 2 in the morning, according to the defendant. And at that point in time, when they got into the argument, he gathered his belongings, he left the residence, and at that point, he said he was not going to come back, according to the victim, which would mean that he was relinquishing his residency there at the apartment complex. So then when he had came back, should have been no reason for him to come back if he got his belongings, said he was not going to be there and come back. And also the fact that he has no key to get into the apartment complex would mean that he does not live there at the residence.
You're saying he did not have a key to get in. That's why he kicked down the door.
Yes, correct. Because when he came back to the residence, he was attempting to get the rest of his belongings that he said he had there. The victim said he got all this stuff in. And just like it says in the arrest form, he had told the victim that if he doesn't let her in, he is going to break the door down. And that at that point, she said she's not going to let him in since he already came and got his stuff earlier and left with everything that he had.
I find the officer's testimony credible that there is burglary, a PC for burglary in this case with the battery. And so what is the bond?
There is no bond, Judge.
The state moves for pretrial detention.
Okay, they're seeking pretrial detention, and I'm going to grant the motion, no bond. Count 2, criminal mischief is $500, but no bond on count one. I will be signing the order of pretrial detention. There is a stay away order, a couple of them. I already have one of these. Yeah, isn't this the same one? I don't know. I signed one of the stay away orders. You need to stay away from Alexandra McMahon if you are released, subsequently released. Thank you, officer.
Not a problem, Your Honor. Have a great day.
Added charge, Mr. Jimmy Bernadine,
No objection to standard bond, Judge.
standard bond.
Your Honor, the state has a stay away order for this case.
I signed, no, I didn't sign it. It's a, there's two of them, or is this a new one? Okay. All right, so standard bond on, Mr. Bernadine is count one,
Well, for the
500.
7,500, 150, and 500. There a stay away order on Ms. Bernadine also? Okay. And Mr. Bernadine, you're to stay away from Patricia Gottlieb. No contact, direct or indirect, and stay away from her location. Okay.
Your Honor, I apologize. What was the bond for the first count?
7,500.
Thank you.
Mr. Christopher Aldridge, he's out on the bond. Saw him before, right?
Yes, Your Honor, he's out on felony bond on F-25 12462.
Your Honor, based on the four corners of the arrest affidavit, there is no probable cause for the F2 grant, second degree grand theft of a vehicle by an unauthorized alien.
On the, you mean?
Your Honor, I believe there's only probable cause for the F3 grand theft. I don't know if the police officer just misassigned the charge. But there's an F3 grand theft probable cause. I'd be asking for a finding of probable cause for the F3 and a $2,500 bond, and then the defense would not object to standard bond on the rest of the counts.
Okay, so grand theft, second degree. You're saying there's no PC for that?
Correct, Judge. It would just be PC for a third degree grand theft.
What's the difference between second and third degree?
They're saying that on the four corners of the arrest affidavit be a third degree or second degree grand theft of a vehicle by an unauthorized alien. There is no indication on the four corners that Mr. Aldridge is not an American citizen. He is an American citizen.
State,
Your Honor, the state has no objection to that.
No objection? All right, so convert the count one to an F3, right?
Yes, Judge, that would be 2,500 as the standard bond.
How much?
2,500?
And what is the possession? How much for the possession, state? 7,500? And then I already did the NVDL, so, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
That was already,
Yes. Did you hit count two?
what, no?
Was the bond for the first count? What was the bond for the first count? I'm sorry.
For the what?
For the first count, I didn't hear what the bond was.
25.
Thank you.
In the second count, Your Honor?
7,500 for the possession. Now we have Juan Delgado Bacalao. He's got two cases.
With the assistance of the Spanish interpreter, please, Judge.
Okay, I'm dealing now with doing it backwards here. F25-14101 is charged with grand theft, third degree vehicle.
Señor Delgado Bacallao tiene el primer caso es F25-14101 y aquí se le acusa de hurto de mayor cuantía, delito mayor del tercer grado de un vehículo.
Your Honor, based on the four corners of the arrest affidavit and based on Mr. Delgado's priors, there is no probable cause for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon because he's not a convicted felon.
Su señoría, basado en el affidavit de arresto, lo que dice dentro del documento, aquí no existe motivo fundado por tenencia de un arma de fuego de una persona condenada. Él no tiene antecedentes.
Okay, I'm taking this grand theft, third degree vehicle first. And there is cause for that. What's the standard bond?
2,500.
Estamos en el caso primero, el del hurto de mayor cuantía de un vehículo, y ahí sí hallo que existe motivo fundado. ¿Cuál es la fianza estándar? La fiscalía dice que es 2,500.
The second case, which is F25-14102, we have firearm, weapon, ammunition, possession, convicted felon. You say there is no prior conviction?
Yes, Judge.
Y ahora entonces en el caso F25-14102, el primer cargo ahí es tenencia de arma de fuego por una persona condenada de un delito, y usted está diciendo que no ha sido condenado de ningún delito, ¿correcto? Y la abogada ha dicho que sí.
And there's no probable cause for concealed of a firearm, Judge, because he's over the age of 30. There's nothing that, I'm sorry, he's over the age of 21. There's nothing that says that he couldn't legally conceal a firearm. It's not illegal to conceal carry a firearm. And so I'd be asking for a finding of no probable cause on count 3 as well.
Y el cargo número 3, su señoría, es portar un arma oculta. Él tiene más de 21 años y no hay nada que diga por qué legalmente él no pueda portar un arma oculta.
Records check of the defendant reveal he is a convicted felon out of Martin County. Case number 119503.
Según lo que se buscó, las búsquedas revelaron que él es un delincuente condenado del condado Martin, caso 119503.
So is he or isn't he?
Entonces, ¿lo es o no lo es?
He took an adjudication for a grand theft in Martin County in 2017.
En el 2017, él aceptó culpabilidad por un cargo de hurto de mayor cuantía en el condado Martin.
Okay, so count one, I find PC.
Por el cargo número 1, sí existe entonces motivo fundado.
Grand theft of the firearm that was stolen and was in his possession, I find PC for that.
Cargo número 2, hurto de mayor cuantía del arma de fuego que fue hallada en su tenencia, hallo que sí existe motivo fundado.
And the concealed, okay, was it concealed or wasn't it? Now, in another case, it was in that same space, but it was not considered
Open carry.
open carry. And here it's considered the same thing. It says, so I'm gonna find no PC for the concealed. So
Y por el cargo de portar arma oculta, ahí hallo que no existe motivo fundado, dado el hecho en que en un caso lo era y en el otro no. Entonces aquí no existe motivo fundado.
Your Honor, it says the firearm was found in the crevice of the driver's.
I'm finding no PC for that.
Okay.
Ahí que no existe motivo fundado por ese cargo.
What's count one?
Count one is 7,500.
Count two,
Count two is 2,500.
2,500.
Entonces,
For count three.
fianza del cargo número 1 quedan 7,500, cargo número 2 quedan 2,500 y por el tercer cargo no existe motivo fundado.
Right. There is no light at the end of the tunnel.
Oh, Honor,
Your Honor, can you clarify the bond for count 1?
Excuse me?
Can you clarify the bond for count 1, please?
I was told standard bond 7,500.
Fianza estándar $7,500 por el primer cargo.
The stay away order, apparently, Mr. Delgado, against Margie Caraballo. You are to stay away from Margie Caraballo. No direct or indirect contact.
Señor Delgado tiene una orden de alejamiento. Usted tiene que mantenerse alejado de Margie Caraballo. No puede tener contacto directo ni indirecto con ella.
Okay.
¿Entendió?
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
Frank Gonzalez Diaz.
With the assistance of the Spanish interpreter, please, Judge.
He's charged with driving while license suspended, third conviction. Or what is that?
Yes, third and subsequent.
Se le acusa de manejar con la licencia suspendida tercera o más veces.
No objection to standard bond, Judge.
Which is?
2,500.
He has a hold for immigration.
No tenemos objeción con respecto a fianza estándar. Fianza estándar es de $2,500, pero él tiene una detención de inmigración.
Fine with the state.
Immigration hold. $2,500 standard bond.
Fianza estándar $2,500, pero tiene detención de inmigración.
David Johnson. I remember this one. State,
Standard bond is what the state's asking for in both cases, so that would be, at least second degree or third degree? Second degree, so 7,500 each is what the state's asking for.
7,500 each?
They're both F2s, yeah.
All right. I find PC, 7,500 on each count. Is there a stay away order? Do we have the
Yes, there are, Your Honor.
stay away orders? You're to stay away from John Cruz, Mr. Johnson. 500 feet, no direct or indirect contact.
Antonio Sanders, Your Honor.
Excuse me?
Going to Antonio Sanders.
We are. So this is, and he's shooting at people according to this arrest affidavit.
And Your Honor, based on the four corners of the arrest affidavit, I see clear self-defense on the four corners. I mean, it says on the four corners that somebody is walking up to Mr. Sanders shooting and he shoots back.
Against to unlawfully discharge the firearm at the direction of the unknown male holding the rifle.
Correct.
Individuals then begin to shoot at each other. This is just the firearms case? All right. Based on the four corners, I find PC for firearm use, and improper exhibition of a firearm, unlawful discharge of a firearm in a public place. Where's the criminal mischief state?
That would be the damage to the vehicle.
To the vehicle?
That is what I believe. An air canvas of the scene revealed a gray Dodge Charger bearing tag, etc., to have been struck multiple times on all sides, suffered damage to all windows in the
Damage all
driver's
windows in
side.
the rear. Okay. I find PC for all of these, but I'm curious as to why. With whatever.
I'm with you.
The state charges whatever they want to charge. What's the standard?
For the
$7,500 for the first,
and then
$2,500 for count two,
and then
500 and 500.
Yep.
And Your Honor, given the curious nature of all of these allegations and given the fact that Mr. Sanders does not have a lot of funds, would you be willing to consider pretrial services in the alternative?
No, I would not, Ms. Delancey. I'm curious as to why the charge is only discharge of a firearm, frankly. No PTS. But that's for the state to decide, but I've no PTS.
there should be a stay away order in place as well. Oh, all right.
Okay, so let's get back to two cases for Mr. Gonzalez, Christopher Gonzalez. Take these in numerical order. They're always backwards here. F-25-14130, the second day of July. Grand theft, third degree vehicle, and then driving while license suspended knowingly. Second case, controlled substance possession, methamphetamine, and drug paraphernalia possession with intent to use. Let's take the first one first, the grand theft of the vehicle.
Your Honor, given the fact that the allegations in both of these cases are nonviolent, the defense would be asking for pretrial services and the alternative of the standard bond.
Excuse me? He does not qualify.
Why doesn't he qualify, Judge?
Excuse me?
Why doesn't he qualify?
200.
Oh.
I don't know what that is, but I was told, so.
Criminal, is it just the number of?
Career criminal? Yeah, career criminal.
The state's asking for standard bond across the board, Your Honor.
Yeah, what is the standard, well, for the vehicle?
For the grand theft of the vehicle would be 2,500. And then the felony substance possession would be 2,500, and the misdemeanor drug possession is 500.
Okay, let's just look at
Do one at a time.
14130, which is grand theft and then driving while license suspended, which I already took care of somewhere.
Just 25.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
It's just 2,500.
So it's just 2,500 on this one. Okay. And then controlled substance, let me read. Okay, and so you're asking for the controlled substance and the paraphernalia?
Standard across the board, 2,500 and 500.
Do I have to do it on that one, maybe?
Oh, this,
Yeah, but this one doesn't have a,
you can just write it there, don't worry. That's it.
right it here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, count one is, what'd you say it was?
2,500, and then count two, 500.
All right. And there's a stay away order from Emilia Quiros. Mr. Gonzalez, stay away. No direct or indirect contact with Ms. Quiros.
Yes, sir.
Corey Matthews. Saw him once today.
Your Honor, based on the four corners of the arrest affidavit, this is Mr. Matthews. There is no probable cause for the F2 counterfeit VIN by an unauthorized alien. Mr. Matthews is a U.S. citizen, correct?
Yes.
And there's no allegation that there was a counterfeit VIN number on this car. The defense is requesting an OR, or I'm sorry, the scooter. Defense is requesting an OR.
he spray painted the VIN number, but it says reasons unknown. So is due to the vehicle having a defaced VIN, unable to verify the vehicle information. So
Your Honor, the charge is for a counterfeit VIN decal manufactured by an unauthorized alien.
so what do you say, State? I mean, there's nothing in the four corners that say there was a counterfeit VIN number or decal, just that he sprayed over it. And of course, the unauthorized alien, I don't know why that comes in.
Your Honor, under 3.19.33. Subsection 1, it is unlawful. Subsection D, to best sell, off from sale, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
If the state is speaking, I can't hear them, Judge.
My computer died, so I'm going like this.
No,
319.331D, it is unlawful to possess, sell, offer for sale, conceal, dispose in the state motor vehicle or major component part thereof, on which any motor number or vehicle identification number that has been affixed by the manufacturer has been destroyed, removed, covered, altered, or defaced.
Well, it's to sell it, but.
Well, it's possession, Your Honor.
It's possession.
Possession. It says it is unlawful to possess, sell, or offer for
Okay.
sale. etc.
All right. Sounds like they got it, Mr. Delancey. So
And what would that be, Judge? Because it's not a second-degree felony. I mean, I believe that the second-degree felony is the unauthorized alien portion.
he's not an alien, so
He's not. So it'd be a third-degree felony at best, and the defense would be requesting pretrial services.
does he qualify for PTS? He does qualify. I'm gonna alternate bond, $2,500 PTS. I already did the driver's license, so it does unnecessary.
So what did we do? PTS alternate bond 2,500?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Apologies for that.
Your Honor, Mr. Davis is out on probation on F-23-572. F-25-572.
Who are we on?
This is Mr. Christian Dennis Labrada Suarez is on a probation.
No, he's a bond out, Your Honor.
Bonded out.
Yes, Judge.
Well, then why am I reading?
This is Mr. Vidal Davis, Judge.
He's out on probation, Your Honor.
Oh, the next guy.
Yes.
Davis. Vidal Davis on probation. Okay. The prior conviction.
Your Honor, based on the four corners of the arrest affidavit, I believe that the allegation is that the other individual was driving the vehicle. when it comes to the second count of the aggravated battery, great bodily harm or deadly weapon on an elder, I made the argument with the co-defendant previously that there was no probable cause because there was no allegation that there was an actual aggravated battery with the deadly weapon in this situation, Judge. However, this defendant was not accused of actually driving the vehicle. So I would be arguing that there is no PC, ask you to find probable cause for F2, ask for a dollar bond on the second, I'm sorry, for F2 grand or retail theft with a prior conviction, I'd ask for standard bond. On the second count, I'd be asking for a dollar bond and then the probation hold.
Okay, so as I understand what you're saying is standard bond on the theft, prior conviction, and then a $1 bond on the battery because he didn't, there's no allegation that he was driving the car. The other person who was driving the car already said that it was basically a battery with a vehicle,
Correct.
right?
Correct, Judge.
Okay, so what is the last thing you said?
I'm just asking for the dollar bond because I know that he's out on probation and you're going to give a probation hold. So he's not going to be able to get out.
So what is count one, 2,500?
Yes, Your Honor.
$1 bond, probation hold. And stay away orders. Stay away order from, what is that?
For which one, Your Honor? There's Luis
MRA.
Gonzalez and then Miami Music Works.
Miami Music Works. And also to stay away from Luis Gonzalez. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Can I get the, oh, never mind.
J. Martin. Assault aggravated with a firearm.
Your Honor, I'd like to know that Mr. Martin has no priors. It does appear that he lives with his wife at the address.
Let me finish reading this, I'm sorry.
Yes, Judge. No, you're fine.
Road rage type allegations, looks like. Okay. CPTS eligible? No.
You can order him into pretrial services, I believe, Judge.
And what is the reason? Because of the type of charge? Okay.
Okay.
I can order it anyway, right?
Your Honor, the state would object to bring it to your attention. I'm trying to pull up whether there were convictions. He's been arrested a few times for DUI, and there are troubling indications that he was under the influence while he was driving in this case as well. He wasn't charged with DUI, but I think it is relevant. And I'm looking at his nationals, and there's a couple other DUI.
He has DUIs in his history?
Yes, a national history.
DUIs with an S, Judge, or just one? Because if he was not arrested for driving under the influence, I mean, I suppose it wasn't violent, or his priors are not considered violent.
Aeneas.
He has two.
He wasn't charged with it here, but I think it is.
What's the standard bond? 5,000? I'm doing
20.
standard bond 5,000. Stay away from this person, Terrell Efron, sir, when you get out. Thank you. Here we have this Victor Barbosa, who's on bond from somebody named Delancey, Division 5.
Defendant refused, Your Honor.
Never heard of her, Judge. And refuse reset tomorrow.
You refused?
Yeah, Barbosa refused, Judge.
Oh, okay. Oh. To have Delancey take on Delancey here. Refusal. Tomorrow.
The next one, Antonio Adams, also refused, Judge. Reset tomorrow.
What'd you say?
Antonio Adams, number 42, also refused, asking for a reset tomorrow.
Antonio Adams, 2 cases refused. Reset for tomorrow.
Next case, Mark Simmons, also refused, reset tomorrow.
No problems with that. Oh.
So this is Mr. Jorge Trevesio Jr., Judge.
I'm still writing on the refusals here, so. Mr. Simmons refused, right? Okay.
Yes.
Use. So this is Jorge Travisor.
Yes, Judge.
Junior.
Defense has no objection to standard bond, Judge, with the stay away order.
Okay, what are the standard bonds given to me?
Your Honor,
Oh, here they are, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000.
Your Honor, the state is asking for a motion for pretrial detention in this case.
Asking for what?
Where we move for pretrial detention.
Based on what charge, Judge?
Aggravated battery on a person 65 years or older, as well as just the sum total of the circumstances.
You can't do sum total of the circumstances, Judge. It's all based on statute. I'd just like to check and make sure that an aggravated battery on an elderly person is one of the qualifying charges that the state can file a motion for pretrial detention on. If you give me 1 second.
And file on aggravated batteries, it would be interesting
Yeah.
to know if we're limited to, people under the age of 65.
Yeah, I'm gonna grant the motion. It's a pretty violent. No bond on any of the charges.
So counts 1 through 10 is no bond?
Sorry, every time you.
It's no bond on the aggravated battery, but you have to give bonds on the other counts.
So no bond on the aggravated battery, which is count 2. Okay, 7,500, hold on, 7,500, count 1. Two is no bond. 7,500. 500. Go ahead.
We can't hear if somebody's speaking, Judge.
All right, let's go through this because I had to, well, it's count 9. Give me count, okay, look. I had to scratch it. Count 1 is 7,500.
Got it.
Count 2, no bond. Count 3, 7,500. Count 4, 7,500. Count 5, 7,500. Count 6, 7,500. Count 7, 2,500. Count 8, 2,500. Count 9,
2,500.
Count 10 is what?
1,000.
1,000? All right, just want to make sure. 7,500, no bond. 75, 75, 75, 75, 25, 25, 25, 1,000. Done. This is kind of a mess here. I just want to make sure. So I had to make count 1 over here, 7,500. Then 2, 3, 4, 5. Then I had to 6 here, 7, 8, 9, and 10. All right, as long as you know. This person refused last time. Are they back? Peterson? Peterson?
Yes, Judge.
You're charged with possession of cocaine. Oh, Trev, that. Possession of cocaine and drug paraphernalia.
Your Honor, given the nonviolent nature of these accusations and Mr. Peterson is not a convicted felon, the defense will be requesting pretrial services. He does have an address that is not the address that is on the arrest form. I can provide it for you right now, Judge, if you would like.
I didn't hear a word you said because I'm signing so many other things here.
Yes, Judge. Just based on the nonviolent nature of the current charges and the fact that Mr. Peterson is not a convicted felon, I'd be requesting pretrial services, and he does have an address that is not the address that is on the arrest form. I can provide it for you if you would like, Judge.
That's fine. But we have to provide it to somebody here, but
He doesn't have any convictions, Your Honor. He does have some withholds. Did ask for standard bond, but we'll leave it obviously in your discretion.
alternate standard, what's the standard bond?
For the cocaine possession, it's an F3, that should be 2,500 if I'm not mistaken. And then the M1 should be 1,500.
Okay, alternate 2,500 and 500 and PTS.
And for the record, Judge, his address is 6227 Northwest 20th Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33147. Is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
And it's a house, Judge.
Getting there. All right, Oscar Burns. Mr. Burns. We saw Mr. Burns before, right? Cocaine delivery in the church convenience store. Cocaine selling with intent. Homeless. Oh, this is the yo.
The other individual, yeah.
What did I do in the prior?
For the,
think I don't-
for the not co-defendant, but
He
for
was-
the other individual.
Yeah, the other the other person was supposedly
I think it was
obstructing.
it was a dollar bond. I'm not entirely sure, Your Honor.
Well, what do you want to do in this case? I mean,
and this isn't the yo, sir. This is the individual that was trespassing and had substances on him, it looks like. Where's the vehicle? This what's going.
Ms. Delancey, what's your view on this case?
I mean, Your Honor, the defense of you requesting. I mean, I don't know if pretrial services is going to say that he does not qualify, but I'd be requesting pretrial services given both cases
Homeless.
taken together.
We can do TAP, right? We can do TAP. Is what? Anybody know? Can I order TAP? TAP. This gentleman is homeless on Mr. Burns. F1 is, yeah, that's because of it's near a church, right?
Your Honor, the defense will be requesting TAP. I believe that Mr. Burns does have an address where he could stay. And I know that TAP would be expedited if he does have that address and that reference. He has given me both. So I would be requesting TAP.
Count one is 15,000. So he doesn't qualify for TAP.
He doesn't qualify, Judge?
They say because the standard bond is 15,000. How about if I set the bond at 10,000? Oh, total.
Yeah.
Total.
So we can make count 1, 7,500. And count 2, 2,500, Judge? And then standard bond for 3 and 4? Suggestion?
Then you go over the 10,000 total. Has to be 10,000 or less.
Oh, 10,000 or less, not 15? Okay,
7,500, count one.
okay,
1,500, count two.
thank you, Judge.
So then now we're talking about the resisting. What's the standard for resisting? It's like
500.
500, 500, 500. Now we're talking about that's 9. That's exactly 10,000.
To 500 and 499, if you like, Your Honor, if they need to keep it under.
Okay, count 499. Tap. Get some services for this gentleman. And Mr. Burns, you got to stay away from 1319 Northwest 60th Street. Okay?
Sir.
Don't go anywhere near it. Stay far.
Understand, sir.
Derek Notage. He was out on pretrial services already.
He's out on felony bond F 25 11133.
Let's read.
Okay, Your Honor, while not a probable cause argument, you can consider motions to suppress or possible issues with a stop when you're considering a bond. Here, based on the four corners of the arrest affidavit, I'm very confused as to why the police were stopping his bicycle in the first place. He's riding a bike and he didn't have any reflectors on, and so the police are stopping him.
There are rules regarding having lights on your bicycles, especially when it is dark. So it's for the safety of the driver of the bike as well as other individuals so that they can see him,
I'm not gonna do a
especially with
suppression
lights or reflectors
motion
or
here
other safety
today.
equipment.
You can take that into account, Judge. I mean, obviously, we're not at a motion to suppress, but that is something that you can consider in the situation.
Loaded firearm, but you're looking at this one. Okay. What are the standard bonds here?
F2, 7,500, and then
Count one is 7,500.
yes, for the firearm weapon possession. F3, or count two, I should say, would be 2,500.
Now 2,500.
Be another 7,500.
All right, 75. All right, standard bonds on all of them. There a stay away or no stay away order, right? No.
I don't believe so. No, Your Honor.
Lázaro Acosta.
I think is
All right.
next up. He's at the
Find
end.
probable cause for all the charges here.
Your Honor, the state is filing its motion for pretrial detention on this case as with to count one.
Yeah, F1, abuse of an elderly and amputee.
Okay, Judge, in regards to count one, I don't think that there's any allegation of great bodily harm. I understand the disabled aspect because it's an amputee, but
I didn't.
if you give me one moment, Judge, to pull up the statute, just 1 second.
Your Honor, according to 825.102, abuse, aggravated abuse, neglect of an elderly person or disabled adult. Abuse of an elderly person or disabled adult means intentional infliction of physical or psychological injury upon an elderly person or disabled adult. I think moving someone who's in a wheelchair, waking them up without their consent, and then kicking their remaining leg would qualify under the statute. I'm happy to do your argument in the alternative, but I do think that this qualifies under the statute.
Judge, in the statute, I'm just reading the plain language. It says willfully tortures, maliciously punishes, or willfully and unlawfully cages an elderly person or disabled adult. I mean, I understand, Judge, that technically moving them and then kicking them in the leg would technically, based on the four corners, qualify. I would be asking that Your Honor not allow the state to, on this 25-year-old, Mr. Lazaro Acosta, who's 25 years old, who has no priors, not hold him no bond
Please.
for a kick in a leg.
Okay. So count one is no bond, period, right?
No, Judge, so it would just be no bond pursuant to the pretrial detention motion. There is a bond that you could assess because it's a first degree felony. It's not a PBL.
I believe so, Your Honor, yeah. Yeah. Count one on
What
its
is
own.
the standard bond for that?
Be an F1, so it would be 15.
15,000.
Yes.
Battery is 1,000.
Yes, battery is 1,000 and trespass is 500.
And resisting is 500 also, right?
Yes, and the last is 150. Your Honor, I'll leave it to your discretion. It wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm not gonna order pretrial detention in this case. I'll allow.
Thank you, Judge.
File that motion
Understood.
subsequently, but I am going to elevate the bond on count one to $10,000.
No, you're actually reducing it in that case.
I mean, I'm sorry, 20,000 for 15 to 20. What is the next one? I'm sorry.
The battery.
1,000. 500 and 500. So I'm elevating the bond to 20,000 and let the state can file a pretrial detention motion with the count five is 150. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, the assigned ASA will do what they feel is appropriate in this situation.
I'm sorry. I'm like, I didn't know there were, okay, 150. Count five is 150. Count 3 and 4 are 500. All right. And what were you saying, Ms. Randall?
Your Honor, the division ASA will do what he or she believes to be appropriate. I wouldn't reduce this case to just kicking of a leg in this instance, but I understand where you're coming from. I understand the defendant is young.
Well, I mean,
so
I think
a
it's
little bit
grotesque if it's true, if it's as it's alleged, that an amputee, a veteran, it looks like, is being treated this way. But I think $20,000 will be sufficient. Now, did I sign some stay away orders, right?
You did.
Okay, you're to stay away from these two people, Mr. Sebastian Verolette, whatever, I can't remember, I don't know what his name was.
It was
Sebastian Walletter and Mr. Boza. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Casey Malone. Grand theft vehicle, resisting.
Your Honor, based on the four corners of the arrest affidavit, there is no probable cause for an F1 grand theft of a vehicle. In order for there to be probable cause for an F1, there has to be proof that the vehicle was over $100,000. This is a moped that we're talking about. There is only probable cause for a third-degree felony, which would come with it a $2,500 standard bond. I would be asking for pretrial services in the alternative of the $2,500 bond on the third-degree felony, Judge.
Be eligible for pretrial services. It says homeless, so.
He does have an address, Judge. At least that's what he's indicating to me right now.
Give it a friend. Give it a friend.
Okay.
You have a response to the grand theft?
No, Your Honor, it's,
2,500 is okay?
yeah, it should be, well, should or shouldn't, whatever, but they did not provide the value for it to be an F1. The state has no objection for going off of the third-degree felony grand theft vehicle.
All right, $2,500. I can't hear you, Ms. Delancey. I don't know if you're talking to me.
I was not, Judge. I was talking to corrections.
Okay. And $2,500 and 500. And is he PTS eligible? That's my question. We do have an address.
We do have an address, Judge. So 7140 Northwest 14th Place, apartment 8. Is that Miami, Florida? Miami, Florida.
You have to stay away from Michael Ocycle or something. I don't know exactly. Whatever the alleged victim of the theft. You understand that, sir?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
I can't believe this is true. All right. The only thing that could be better is if I find out that he refused, but if not, Daisnell Hernandez.
Was that pretrial, Your Honor?
Excuse me?
Was that pretrial?
Yes.
Oh, yes, pretrial. For the last one, yes. Now.
Mr. Hernandez has refused, Judge.
Oh.
Reset for tomorrow, please.
Reset for tomorrow. Then who is this gentleman here?
This is Jakara Williams? No, it's not. Ja'Cory Parker, where's Miss?
We don't have any more.
I have 2, Your Honor.
I don't have them.
Nope. Okay. I'm not gonna fight you on it.
So he's reset for tomorrow, Your Honor, no paperwork?
Right.
Not printing.
It's not printing. But Mr. Daisnell Hernandez refused.
Madam Clerk, can I ask you about 2 cases? Let me make sure they didn't get lost.
I have a little bag there. Is there a little bag there?
That's your basket?
No, there's. Yeah, that's it. The little heart bag that my JA puts my.
Okay, Judge, so we apparently have Ja'Cory Parker's body here. We're just gonna reset it for tomorrow because it's not on our calendar. And there's no paperwork. And then Christopher Grant as well, is that correct, corrections?
That's correct.
Okay. So reset for tomorrow. So I think we're done.
Miss Delancey,
Been a pleasure, Judge.
Nancy Delancey. There was a basketball player, University of Florida, Delancey.
Really?
Call him Fancy Delancey. Because
I
he
didn't know that.
was guys who love to dunk. He would dunk like every chance he got. So, but anyway, yeah, it's a pleasure meeting you and working with you, and I'm sure we'll see each other again.
We will, Judge, I'm sure. Take care. Have a good one.
The other Delancey for me.
I will.
Okay, so what do I need to close anything? Everybody, I'm going to tell you right now, right? I've never left here this late. I'm a very fast, as everybody will tell you, very fast. This for me is late. Though. Judge Watson, he doesn't get out of here till like 6 o'clock.
No, it's like 8.
No,
Eight o'clock.
Yeah.
You don't like Judge Watson. I know. I got the stamp, nameplate. Thank you. All right, so fifth floor. Pleasure.
Yes, so I'm Timothy Thomas of Danielle. Want to know if you're getting reset for tomorrow, if I need to leave a vote for that, or
Oh.
what happened?
Fonseca and
Thomas.
Thomas.
No, it's not recess.
Not reset? Okay. And Fonseca, neither?
No, neither one.
Okay.
The cases,
The case number is.
Thank you, let me use that.
yeah, of course. Got a bond since yesterday.
Okay, so it's just a bad note.
Yeah, 25K. Yeah, I don't know why it was missed. Person bonded out.
And this one bond out.
Yesterday.
Bond out.
Y'all don't look and see.
No, yeah, on that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, we're all set. Thank you. Last thing we have to do, when we get back, is just pull out the reset for tomorrow from the balance.
As I give the sign.
But you there.
Anything else?
You there. Wait, Your Honor.
It was already over there. Is he gonna need that? Is the red one yours? No, that's county court.
No.
This one is yours.
Yeah.
And they stamp too?
Thanks, guys.
All right, take care.
You think I was gonna do it down here? go back. On down, Brandon, wait, go back. It's not, they already did that. But they gave him house arrest plus, number one, plus this. Right, okay, he's
so let
on
me see
house
what we did
arrest.
now. Let me see what we did here.
Fuck it.
And he bonded out on the 4th.
The order form is already. Did they modify the order?
The plus one. House arrest, that was doing the plus.
It was a plus
50,000.
one.
But that's not even in the system.
Oh, I don't know how y'all put it in.
Like how you're doing, that's how we do it.
I
It's
saw
level
on the-
one,
I
plus
do-
50,000.
No, see how this, I do that on,
Go back,
on the
let me do it, go
calendar.
back, let me do it, because it has to be. Let me.
Alternate is no one.
No, it's, look, defendant shall have a plus bond of 50,000 and alternate no bond plus never two house.
How you have a bond and no bond?
Alternate bond, no bond. That means if he get picked up, he's no bond. Once he get picked up, he's no bond.
Oh, I'm confused. See there, y'all do that. Cause I would have been so confused, like, the order, right? Okay, but I'm lost. What do you do?
I have to
You
do
have
the
to set a
comments, I gotta put
bond.
the comments and put 50,000 plus house arrest level. I have to do that, but now you have that in there, but it's already out, but. Oh, no, we can just go and type it over it.
I look like you want it on.
Like that?
However y'all do it, I don't know.
I don't know, I don't do that, it's calendar church.
Thousand. Then you go to the alternate no one.
Yeah.
I don't know how y'all do it. But that makes sense. You don't think that's gonna confuse them? How y'all put in the system in division?
Yeah.
Okay, then how y'all do it? Cause you don't wanna stop him from getting bonded out.
He already out.
Sometimes it could do it, but commercial don't accept it.
It's a 50,000.
Yeah, call Juliet. That's what you prefer.
Yeah.
How many?
She decided to, she claimed that they're. Okay, Juliet, I put it in, but I noticed that this was done on the 4th, and he bonded out. So is this it's a new order? It was an order that was sent. Yeah, because it. On Saturday, I think. But he already bonded out because you're already on house arrest level 1. But I'm looking at this order now and it's saying, defendant shall have a +1 of 50,000. I put that in, that was in the system, but I put that part in. Okay. I put alternate bond, no bond, but everything was already there. Okay, but now. Yes. Correct. We are, yeah. I just wanna let you know that if part of it was already done, they probably forgot to put the 50,000. All right, okay, so, all right, okay, bye, bye.
Hey, Felipe. I put it right.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you. So sis, sequence you want to stamp it and fill in the.
Oh, this.
Oh, I'm filling in, but yeah, fill it in for me.
I'll put.
It's supposed to come today. Right, what's the date of it? What's this one? That's why it's wait to really, yeah. Then he would want to go get. Oh, I'm going to the bathroom. Can you stop down at night? Do it, right?
Yeah.
You're like, ain't that shit. Because if you go to the bathroom, come right back, you'll quit. So with that order, just print it out. I had to screenshot it, cut it out.
What do I do? Make a copy.
print it out.
Make a copy.
Got access to the, and I don't even remember who need to get it. Girl, correction, no.
I don't know.
Used to be a lot of number.
Well, the only, I know that correction is the one. who
So
needs
can
it.
we put and send it to her if she's in? I don't know who you didn't call her.
Send to correction. Whoever need it can get it tomorrow. Correction. They have to have the order. Or the corrections. Almost
not
tomorrow.
on
They can wait till tomorrow. And what? Okay, so. Oh. All week. Now, how many case file, when I have all this shit form? Already have 4 on my desk. Then I put the 8 forms and they have multiple cases. So. Reset. So bad. Need a little bag to put them in. But everything. Which one had them reset? I reset them, it's gonna look like it's already. Yeah, no, let them do it.
They have to do it so that it can print regularly.
You hear that? Oh, they tried to say, oh, but no paperwork now. Okay.
It didn't print, sorry. I think, yeah.